Oh. Oh shit. Hey, what's up everybody? Welcome to the Shake Up. Oh man, I'm a mess today. Let me get this stuff set up. Man, I had an eventful morning. I overslept. Thought I had Gulfstream completely handicapped. When I looked at Gulfstream to do the scratches, I realized that I re-handicapped yesterday's card. So I had to scurry to try to get as much as Gulfstream done as I could. But that freaking sucked. Oh man. Let me get this together. I got to get together. Hey, what's up, Frankie? Jeffrey Bourne, Steve. What's up, Garth? Boulder's here. Holy shit. Hey, Bender, I woke up late and I was scrambling. So I seen your email, but I didn't get to respond because I've just been scrambling. I do got, so I got as much of Gulfstream as I could done. I think I got enough done to still be able to play decent today. And I got quite a bit of Tampa Bay done already. And yesterday I did play Turfway Park. It wasn't as stalky closey yesterday, but other than that 30-1 shot on the inside, Turfway Park was beautiful. I think there was only one press style horse that I noticed in like the 7th race. Fucking of Knowles separated me from a major score of him winning the race. But the chalk won the exacta, so it was still a pretty solid night with a solid exacta. But that's probably why I made the mistake last night and handicapped Gulfstream, because I was trying to do Gulfstream's card, Tampa Bay, and Turfway last night while trying to play Turfway. But I'm telling you guys, if you guys are looking at Turfway Park, do not sleep on those press style shippers. I don't know how long it'll last, but so far I've already had 2 nice scores off of that. I think it's stronger at the routes than it is the sprints, though. And I'll tell you another thing that was interesting when I was handicapping Tampa Bay today. There was tons of press style shippers in the card today. I was a little surprised about that. What's up, Q Savage? What is Randall Gordon? Zero Contrast, Brian Reed. We're starting Gulfstream Park off with a sprint today. So we didn't see any sprints yesterday. Oh, that's so good. So much better than the one I smoked yesterday. Ooh. Hey, Steve B. Did anyone else play Turfway last night? Did anyone else have a good day at Turfway? Turfway, they did lay a little bit closer than the pace than I thought they had for the opening week. But it was still, first race, I think the exacta was 12-8. Like I said, other than that race where that 2 went wire to wire at like 33-1, nothing. The next closest inside horse that won was the 4 horse. He was a big favorite. He wasn't hard to spot. But for the most part, it was still all outside. Probably a little bit closer than the pace than I would have expected. But yesterday there was also more sprints than what we've seen on any given day. Hey, what's up, Zach Hall? So we'll see how much stuff I got done. I mean, I scrambled when I realized that. So I'm going to try to look up some things as we go. Hopefully Gulfstream and Tampa Bay won't be on top of each other. Let me reset some stuff here. I only want to look at Gulfstream and Tampa Bay today. I'm not going to have the energy to bounce back and forth today. Why is it still showing me the other tracks? I don't want to see the other tracks. I just want to see my favorites. It'll just make it easier on me. Let me sign in and sign out. Let me see if that'll reset it. No. God, am I special today? All I want is Gulfstream and Tampa Bay. All right, we'll see, hopefully. That must be on their end. Maybe I can't do that. I like these little quick things. I don't know why they got Turfway there. I just wanted Gulfstream and Tampa Bay there. I don't need Aqueduct and all that to get distracted. Doesn't look like it's something I can do. Hey, what's up, Richard? Do I like betting the New York tracks? Mainly Belmont. No, Belmont is the track that I hate the most of the New York track. Aqueduct, I only like, so far Aqueduct this year, I have been zero interest. I'll probably like Aqueduct during the dog days of winter when it gets to be their cheap racing and everything is on the dirt. Saratoga every year is hit or miss. If I don't spot something that I really like at Saratoga, a nice trend or something, I'll walk away from Saratoga real quick. So some years I love Saratoga, some years I barely play it. It all depends on what I spot in the profile. And if Saratoga, with it being such a short meet, same with Keeneland, these short meets like Keeneland, Saratoga, where they're like a month long, 6 weeks. Those meets I do follow because I track New York, Kentucky and that. They're kind of a love-hate thing. It's kind of, if you spot a bias right away, I stay. The more success I have, the more I stay. If you don't see anything right away and there's better opportunities, I will bail real quick. I prefer, look, the way I play where, I'm looking for biases in track profiles. When you think about it, it kind of makes sense. If you believe in biases in track profiles, why do you want to figure out a short meet? Wouldn't it be better to play a track that runs longer meets or closer to a year? Because if the bias is around and the track profile is good, you get way more opportunities. Even when I found, like we've had a really good Keeneland the last 2 meets. I had a good Keeneland beginning of this year and the end of last year, but the last year's spring meet was absolutely terrible. But what I'm saying is if you believe in biases and track profiles, these short meets aren't really the best thing for you, especially if you find something. If you find something that's super strong, fuck, it usually takes me about a week to find something, you know, to really be sure about it. If I jump on it right away, you know, and even then that's a little short time. But at some of these, you know, those meets like that, that's all the time you got. If you're playing Keeneland and if you don't spot something in the first week and a half, you probably missed the boat there. Hey, Joshua Kuhn. JS, what's up? Hey, Joshua Kuhn, are you laughing at me for handicapping yesterday's card again, saying that if I ever looked at the horse's name, I could have avoided that? Fuck, if I looked at the damn date, I should have avoided that. That was brutal. That was brutal, man. Dude, I was panicking this morning. It didn't help that I woke up in the middle of the night to take Bentley out and I couldn't fall back to sleep. That's why I slept in so late. So we got maiden claiming 20,000, 5 furlongs on the turf sprints. Guys that have been playing with us for Gulfstream knows that these turf sprint races fall into our mandatory play. The bias has been there for about 3-4 years now. Probably longer than that, but I spotted it probably 4 years ago. It's speed, and what we use is you got to either be on the lead or within 3 calls or within 3 lengths of the lead at the first call. 3 lengths of the lead at the first call. So it's pretty much all speed. Oh, Garth, you guys are playing an Aqua. What kind of tourney is that? Is that a money tourney? Is that a playing for seats? Do you both got an entry, or is it a one that you guys are going in partners on? Well, good luck on that tourney. But this, so far we have seen a handful this meet, you know, since they came back from Gulfstream Park West. I know that one horse did come from 5 lengths off the lead, but the fraction was insane. It was sub 21, 43 and change if I remember right. But we're still looking for speed and stalkers. So this one horse, inside the track was good last race. Slow, average. Matt Strides with the slowest winner. He had the 8-hole. He ran against the bias. I gave him an asterisk. This time, this is going to be his first time sprinting on the turf. Last 2 races were a little bit lower level. 2 races ago, I did give him an asterisk last race for running against the bad inside. 2 races ago, the rail was bad, but he was outside. It was a stalker closer. Oh, excuse me. Stalker closer day. He was just slow. I don't think this horse fits real well. He is lightly raced. If he improves, he just improves. But I can't back him here. The 2 horse went too fast to win last race. Earned the heart. That was at Gulfstream Park West, where the times are slower, but that was a heart for that day, average slow. Oh, wow, he's a nice price. I don't mind that race at all. 2 races back. It was an early pressing day. So there's 2 ways to look at this horse. Last race, he just improved off the class drop. He started his career at 25,000 and 20,000. You can think that the class drop improved him a little bit. and now he's stepping back up, and now he won't be able to run. Or you can think of it as the first time he hit the turf, he showed more speed than ever before. Or it could have been a combination that he liked the turf and he liked the lower competition. Let's see what else is there. I could be a little interested in him if there's not any other speed. The 3 horse. I got Bad Rail Stalking Closing Day last race. You know what? That's for this. That Bad Rail Stalking Closing Day. How the fuck? This is not for the 3 horse. Something doesn't make. Oh no. I thought I had 1, 2, 3, 4 races looked up. This race right here is a single race. I just rode huge and thought that was 2 races and threw myself off. That's still part of the 2's race. The 3 I did not look up. 3 Shipping from Laurel. Right off the bat, he just looks like he has a completely wrong style from what I'm looking for, running style. No speed. He's also a router. Dropping to a sprint. I hate that angle, but I hate it even more on the turf. So I'm not interested in him. Billy's getting yelled at. The 4 horse, same thing. I think this horse is more of a router. And he has no speed. Let's see, I better not be dicking around. I forget that Gulfstream is supposed to be on time. The 5 horse is the favorite. The 5 has legit speed. Coming from Churchill Downs, so I'm not going to be excited about him. I do believe he's a legit favorite. I think he deserves to be bet over that 2 horse. But 2's still attractive. Both of these horses have ran at a little bit lower of a level too. Let's see what else is there. 6 horse is a little interesting. He can stay close enough. 7's a first-time starter. I don't do first-time starters. I'm looking at probables real quick in the exacta. Shit. Give me my, come on. I want to play this race. 5-2 is paying 19. 5-6 is paying 8. That's no go. I think the 5's the most likely winner. There's a couple horses that I'm interested in. I'm not interested in the exactas with the 5. That's the first thing I looked up. The 2, the 6, and the 9. I don't know. So I can't do the exactas on anything. They're the 5 on top of anything. They're just not paying good enough. The only ticket I'm thinking about doing is the 2 and the 9 to win. You know what? I think I'm going to let this race go. 5 deserves to be the chalk. I guess if 2 to 9 wins, The only thing I would have done would be $20 on both of those. So if one of those wins, I'd probably be irritated for myself that was a free $200 bill for a $40 total bet. But we got a lot of racing in front of us. I do believe that the 5 is probably the fastest horse. Did he miss the break? Wow, 2 went up to 16-1. At 16-1, I might have just reconsidered. That's all right. I'm a little discombobulated right now. And 5 looks like he might have him hooked. I was looking to put the 5 on top of the 2, 6, 9, and I think the 4th horse was the 7. I think. But when I looked at all the payouts, nothing was that much. They were all varying between $8 and $15. So it didn't make sense for me to do that ticket. That was the exacta that I quickly looked up. I think 5, 6 was actually the worst of them, if I remember. Yeah, 5, 6 was the worst, and it got a lot worse when I looked from when I looked it up. Right now, it's saying it's going to pay $4. So if I would have wheeled that 5 on top of those 4 horses, I would have got a winning ticket. But for every $4 I would have bet, I would have got $4 back. Big deal. It would have been a break even, though definitely not worth the risk. Bender took a shot with the 2-8. The 2 I really wanted, the 2 when we came across the 2, he looked like a horse to get the lead. But it's kind of like soon as we got to the 5, we were like, yeah, we're hoping 2 gets, actually 2 did get the lead. But the 5 never looked like he was worried. And instantly I just recognized that the 5 looked good. For most of the betting, he was like at even money. He took all the late money late. And I said I was the other horse. I said I was thinking of doing 5 on top of the 6, 9, and 2. And I couldn't remember if it was the 7 or the 8 was the 4th horse. It wasn't the 7. I was not considering using the first-time starter. It was the 8 that I was when I was looking at the exacta. But anyways, that's a decent non-sit out. Jeff, no, if we got time, I want to look at the fairground racing because I want to see what that bias is about. But I accidentally handicapped yesterday's form last night for Gulfstream. I couldn't do any extra work. So I couldn't do any extra work. I'd like to look at it if the races aren't on top of each other. But I won't play a bet without without me marking up a form. Hey, what's up, Mac and Co? I got an upset stomach today too. Oh, I'm a freaking wreck, man. Hey, anyone looking at fairgrounds today that got an opinion on the one horse in the first race? Help Jeff out. Louise, what's up? Good afternoon, Louise. Coming from the DR. I don't know why when Louise always comes in here, it puts me in a good freaking mood, man. I don't know why. I think I just love seeing someone from a different country. And he always does the good afternoon with the, I can't even say it in, I want to say Spanish, como. I can't even do it, but I love it. I love when Luis comes in big every show when he comes. He comes in big or not at all. I don't know why seeing the DR makes me feel so good every time I see it, though. Let's see. I'm scrambling to get myself together. Hopefully, Gulfstream and Tampa won't be on top of each other. Tampa, I'm mostly interested in the turf route racing at Tampa. Hey, what's up, Kinky Capper? I'll probably be playing Turfway tonight unless I completely zonk out. I was exhausted playing Turfway last night. Anyone playing Turfway? Did they notice that I already said it before. Did they notice? I think on the entire card there was only one Pressed Isle horse. In the 7th race, 19-1. He what was he? The 11 or the 12 horse? I want to say he was the 12 horse. He almost went wire to wire. He got caught by the 10 horse in the final stride at the wire. I'm telling you guys, don't sleep on that those Pressed Isle Downs horses. So far, I hit, and I'm already up. I only played 3 of the 6 available days at Turfway Park because, like I said, I wasn't going to play Turfway Park this year. I'm not even sandbagging on that. I wasn't going to play Turfway Park. I thought the bias was gone. You know what, Kinky? I might have to do a live Turfway show. The problem if I did Turfway show, I really don't want to be on until 10 o'clock. The other thing that I have a problem with, it would just be Turfway. You know what? Maybe I'll do Turfway one show as an impromptu show where I don't have to do the prep work and I just jump on it and just do it. It won't be, Matt or Kinky, it definitely won't be tonight though. I guarantee it won't be tonight, man. I'm already in a mess right now. I'm already exhausted. You don't mind one track. You know what? I think our play's better, and I think the daily doubles is a lot better when we do one track. But I know I border the line. I wouldn't mind only concentrating on one track. But man, when a track is bad for today, when it's just race after race that I'm uninterested in, or it's all favorites. I kind of like having the fallback of a track B. I will think about doing Turfway, but like I said, when I do Turfway, I'll probably do an impromptu. Maybe I'll announce it. I'll see if my wife's going up north again. I think pretty soon. You know what? I'll probably do it when she goes up north. I do think she's going up north for a winter trip. Kiki's trying to get me to do, sounds like a 1 day show and a 1 night show. Well, we didn't get to go over this race, but we didn't miss anything. It was a 4 to 5 horse. Don't feel like we missed anything there. I'll tell you another problem with Turfway. And the advice was what I gave last night. Turfway, to me, the running style bias is so ingrained in my head that I almost recognize it immediately, right? I gave people the advice that we're going to try to, I think Steve B was going to try to play Turfway the first time last night. And the advice I gave him, if he didn't see that wide outside move horses, horses wide and horses making a move on that far turn, I gave him advice. If he didn't see that and it didn't look obvious to him by the third race, I even gave him advice. Hey, look, if you watched the first 3 races and it was all inside horses and they were all going wire to wire and they were all hugging that rail, just walk away. Turfway to me, I always was willing to walk away. I had a really strong thing more times than not. I wouldn't adjust my profile. I would walk away. That's one thing that scares me about Turfway. The other thing that scares me about Turfway for doing a show, Turfway owes me nothing in life. I can lose the rest of my life at Turfway and they wouldn't owe me a thing. Turfway, I make a lot more what we call grenade tickets. At Gulfstream we try to keep our tickets 3x3, 3x2, in the doubles. Every once in a while I'll go 3x4 and I'll call it a grenade ticket. At Turfway Park, I play a lot more grenade tickets. I play a lot more of those 3x4s or 2x5s in an exacta. The prices are so big at Turfway, race after race after race. They hand out $100 exactas like they're free drinks out there. It's almost a track where if you watched my bets at Turfway, you would be like, wow, Paul's really going grenady. But it's a ticket whose history proves to me that you're allowed to go wider. If you went 3x4 in the doubles every race at Gulfstream Park, you'd take away a lot of your advantage. Because Gulfstream could get quite chalky. Turfway Park night after night is almost never chalky. So and the funny thing about Turfway, even when Turfway won, or I'm sorry, even when Turfway runs chalky, like that 10 horse at 2-1 beat my 12 at 19-1, that exacta still paid. What did it pay? I think it paid $108 for $2. No, wait, what did it pay? It still pays huge. I don't even remember what it paid last night. What did that exacta pay? I remember seeing the payoff, and I still thought I got a little overpaid there. Like they overpaid, and they tend to overpay a lot of races. It's not just did that exacta pay last night? Yeah, it paid 109 for $2. Okay, I was right. I said 108. So the two did win that race. I did not go over it. I just noticed that he got a heart at the first call last race. He was 4-5. It's not like I would have done anything with it. Oh, wow. Actually, he didn't just have a heart. He ran against the bad rail 2 races ago. And he was fast then. Yeah, his speed figures are okay. I definitely see why the public even had him at 3-5 or 4-5, but we didn't miss anything there. Hey Bender, I know you did. I know you said you were going to put in some bets and go to sleep at Turfway Park. I know you because I. It sounds like you either sleep or you either work during Turfway. I'm gonna take it since you didn't. I didn't see you say anything. I'm gonna take it that it wasn't that great yesterday. I know the night before you said you woke up with $900 in your account. Is it because you? It was just it's still tough focusing on the outside of the track. I know that 2 came in the early pick 5. I thought that might have been a ticket that could have hurt if you went pick 4s and pick 5s. But were you kind of focusing and just gearing up towards the outside stalkers closers? Like yesterday, there was an adjustment today. I did think speed was doing a lot better yesterday, but it was outside speed that I kept saying that the profile was speed and stalkers, or I mean stalkers and closers outside. I should have been more clear that I didn't think it was going to stay that way, that it was going to stay outside. But I know if you were sleeping or working, I know it's probably pretty hard for you to make an adjustment. Oh, okay. You didn't brag because you didn't really play that much. Oh, the 12 won the. Wait a minute. Oh, that's the double. Did you hit that double? I can't. I know the 12 won the first race. In fact, I know the first race exacta was 12-8. Okay, you just didn't play that much, which is probably the safe things to do because if you were looking for off the pace, oh, you missed the second leg, but you were definitely looking towards the outside. That might have been the leg where the 4 won it. I don't remember. I didn't play a race until after I didn't play the first 3 or first 4 races over there. I sat out the first 4 races, I think. I had a small bet on that 7 that won. He was like 9-1. I had I did 2 smallish bets after that. So I must have started. I missed the last race. But my major bet was that Press Style horse. So I backdoored the nice exacta. So I must have played 4 races total. So I think I started in the 4th race, something like that. So we got the second race at Gulfstream. Yesterday, the inside of the track was pretty good yesterday. If I remember, I think there was one outside winner. Was there one outside winner yesterday? I'm drawing blank, guys. My mind's a little cloudy, man. But yesterday, I know that the inside of the track was pretty good. I know a lot of you guys hit that nice 1, 2, 3 exacta that paid like $80. The first race was won by, or the second race was won by the 1, 3, 1. You know what? Yesterday, it was all inside. For some reason, I didn't feel like it was. I knew it was inside yesterday, but I thought there was an oddball horse. No, the races I lost yesterday, I did not have the 7 to 5 in the fourth race. The only two tickets I had was that 7 horse that won at about 9, 10 to 1, and then that 10, 12. They had a couple chalks win from the outside. I don't remember the numbers. I think one of them was a 6 horse. I think he was a pretty big chalk. That was one of the races where I used the 13. I think the 13 got second. He went to the rail and looked like he could have won. I missed that race. I had the 13, the 9, and the 8, and the 6 and second. I had the super. I don't play the super, but I had the 4 horses that hit the super, but I needed the 6 not to win that race. Yeah, yesterday, it was all inside, but there was quite a few favorites winning yesterday. In fact, the only really special result yesterday at Gulfstream was that Bender exacta that Bender hit. The first time starter, the 2 horse with the 1 horse. Other than that, everything was like 5 to 2 and under, but it was all inside. So we're going to handicap. I'm handicapping this race. I'm going to try to get a jump on it. I feel like hopefully we can find something quick today. We got 6 furlongs claiming 35,000, and we're looking inside. We want speed and stalkers. For the most part, you still don't want to be a closer. This 1 horse, speed favoring track last race. When I say it's a speed favoring track, if you're new, that means all the horses went wire to wire. If you didn't get the lead, you couldn't win. It was kind of a merry-go-round day. This horse broke 6 by 3. He lost all chance at the start and just backed up. I gave him an asterisk for running against the bias. 2 races ago, the rail was bad. Clipped heels, lost iron. I did not see that when I was marking it up quickly this morning. That's an asterisk right there. It doesn't always have to be a bias for an asterisk. If you read these comments and you see clipped heels, lost iron, you can believe the horse lost all chance. Before that, he hasn't ran since May of 2019. I think he has 2 legit excuses. It's just still kind of hard for me to accept a horse like this. The 2 horse inside of the track was good. He had the inside. He was average. I don't know if that's a bad race. There's 2 other horses inside. Probably one of them won. He still got steadied. I don't put asterisks when I see steadied all the time. You know how we just did the clip hills because I'm relying off of someone else's eyes. I don't trust no one's but my own. I don't watch replays. I just kind of noted in my head that he got steadied and might have been able to run a little bit better. He ran an extremely acceptable speed figure, so I don't know if we need to dig any more on this horse. 2 races ago, the outside of the track was good. He had the inside and went 1 tick slower than the fastest winner with an asterisk. That's a real good race. Definitely a contender. Oh, wow, 50-1 just won at the Duck. 3 horse, inside of the track was good last race. This horse was in the 5 hole, ran against the bias. Went fast for the first call. I like that his speed figure went down. I like to point out that this horse is an 80, mid 80s, let's just say low 80 speed figure. The day that we thought the rail was good and he was on the outside, I think that's a legit excuse right there. He fits here, but I kind of think the 2 fits. Wow, this is a tough race where everyone looks good. 4 had a bad rail last race. He was stuck on that bad rail. I don't really like the race 2 races ago where the inside was good. He had the 2 hole and his speed figure went down. He was coming off a bit of a layoff. I'm going to assume that was his speed figure. I don't really see an excuse. I'm trying to look in to find an excuse there. I'm going to guess that speed figure went down because it was the first race off the layoff. He went to a new barn. He was claimed. They laid him off for about 2 months. Maybe he came out a little bit flat. You know what? I'm going to box the 2, 3, 4 if I can get it in. Exacta. Box, box, box. Come on. I'm gonna lay against this 1. All I'm doing is a 2, 3, 4 exacta box. If I were to do a win bet in this race, I'd probably Dutch the 3 and the 4. But I want to bet this race. Wow, maybe I should bet the 3 and the 4 to win. You know what? I don't want to start off too aggressive. I'm just going to stick with the. You know what? Fuck it. I probably should have bet the 3 and the 4 to win here. Hmm. 5 gets the first call at 25-1. 4 is already steadying. 3 has no speed. Wow. I already find this a little too interesting. More interesting than The 5 and the 6 are actually running better than. All right, 4 got nothing. I read too much into that. 6 looks dangerous, and 5 still looks dangerous. Okay, so I made the right call by not putting in that win bet. It was still inside of the track. Was 6 the Belmont shipper that I didn't look up? You guys know how I like to dick around. I know I should be going over to Tampa. Because I didn't get everything handicapped and I had to rush this morning. I'm curious. I'm really curious. The inside of the track did win. I'm not going to be like jumping up and down inside bias because it was an even money horse. This 6 horse ran really good. I didn't look him up. I want to do a quick look up on him just to see if it would have changed my mind. Yeah. Triangle. Heart triangle slow. Let's look up this August 23rd race. I don't have to go. I really don't even have to look up the August 23rd because we already see that he earned a heart in a triangle at the first call, so we would have known that. I'm looking this up. I'm not even gonna be like I would have played this. Trust me, I wouldn't have played an even money over a 6-5 exacta or 8-5 exacta. This race right here. Let me get my font right. Well, I'm going to take a couple minutes, hopefully not a couple minutes. How do I make... There, I need to make that big enough so we can see it. Let's try it again. Let's hope it's set. Okay, it's set. Bad Rail, he was in the 2-hole. And he still earned a triangle. Heart. $71. Oh no, $58. Yeah, he would have been he would have been on the radar. Maybe I wouldn't have bet this race at all. Or I might have still done the same thing, but at least I would have known that this horse had some real qualities. Like I said, there's no way I would have even considered that exacta though. I'm not trying to dig to be like, oh, we would have seen the exacta. I would have seen the exacta, but there's no way I would have played it. Absolutely no way. We don't do extra work to find $7 exactas for $2. We don't. You can't bang that exacta hard enough to make it worthwhile. Yeah, that was an easy race for the 2. Okay, I'm gonna try to handicap this race. I just gotta go. Sorry, I just gotta go. We got a mile, 8,000 claimers on the dirt. I'd like to quickly look at my bias report if I can. Like I said, I'm interested. I'm only excited about open up. I already had it open. So far they've only ran 9 dirt races. 9 dirt route races. So you know what? I just wasted time looking at that. Uh, they ran 9, they wired 3, they stalked 3, and they closed 3. Small sample, but that's as fair as you can get. And you guys know that I don't believe in playing that much on a fair track. Let's see, the one just looks like kind of an off the pace horse. Coming from Press Style, we're going to have a lot of Press Style shippers today at Tampa Bay. I love them at Turfway Park. I honestly, in years past, Press Style shippers are not. I don't know if that was a thing in years past. If you guys specialize in Tampa Bay, let me know if you've noticed a lot of Press Style shippers in years past. This is the first time I did really notice that. This Press Style track that this horse is coming from, the route races were extremely stalking and closing. I am looking to play Press Style horses that were running against the stalking closing bias for the most part at new tracks. That's been an angle that I spotted it last year. Last year was the first year I played Press Style, so last year was the first time that I played Press Style shippers. And it was pretty much a all-you-can-eat buffet of those front runners going to different circuits and being able to go wire to wire, where it was almost impossible to do at Press Style. So I'm probably going to watch this race to see, get an idea of these Press Style horses for today. The 2, inside of the track was good last race at Gulfstream Park West. We know how strong the inside was. He ran against the bias. He was slow. I'm not that worried about that slow. This looks like a mile horse. I don't care when they're slow at 6 furlongs or 7 furlongs. I'd forgive that race. Oh, see this full horse? This full horse. God damn it, I wish we would have went through it. See this horse at Press Style? See him trying to go wire to wire at Press Style 2 races ago? See him trying to go wire to wire 2 races ago? See very next race he comes to Tampa Bay at 6 furlongs? See him win at 10-1. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, that's a good indicator right there. The 5's a Penn National in Delaware. 6 is a shipper. 6 is a Finger Lake shipper. I don't keep track of any of those tracks. 7 is another Delaware shipper. Let's blow this up. I'm sorry. Am I saying, Joshua? Am I saying Press Style bad? Is it Press Style? I know, man. I am not a speaker, man. I sound like an idiot when I talk. On my handicapping website, right before I write the articles, I was going to put a warning on. I was going to put a warning that I'm a badass handicapper, but it has nothing to do with writing skills. I used all my intelligence on handicapping. Anything else, just forgive me. God gave me a beautiful mind, but for most of the public, I look like an idiot. Oh, Elliot Black, you said horse racing has a story about Turfway's new track. I'd be interested in seeing that article. Is the Gulfstream Park horse that had the big asterisk that I said don't worry about the slow. And I think 4 is the Pressed Isle horse. Well, 4 is not going to get second. Dude, I'm liking what I see at Tampa Bay. I'm liking what I see at Tampa Bay. Yes, two was that horse. Ran against the inside bias last race. 4 was the Pressed Isle horse that just won at Tampa Bay. And 8 was the Parks and Monmouth Park Shipper. That race honestly makes perfect sense to me. I do believe that Delaware Park, Finger Lakes, and Delaware and Penn National is a pretty big step up from Tampa Bay. Maybe I should have looked at this race for a bet. I already had in my mind that I just wanted to watch to see the Pressed Isle. Now, I did like the 4 more than the 1 Pressed Isle because the horses that I like coming from Pressed Isle, remember, I like the horses that showed speed on the route races. The 1 has been on the deeper side of stalking and a closer this year at Pressed Isle. I was still interested to see how he would run. But when we got to the 4, in my head, I thought the 4 had a better chance. I think this 2 went off at a pretty big number too. 7-1, 6-1, solid 6-1. Man, I might have to make a coffee or something. That's the spot right there. All right, it's fine. Let's get that tic-tac-toe board going. Especially at Gulfstream. I think the 2 went wire to wire in the first race. Give me some room. I had to move that line over because I'm expecting the inside of the track to be good there. Did the 5 go wire to wire in that? If the 5 didn't go wire to wire on the turf, he was damn near close to wire on the turf. I'm thinking the 2 definitely got out the gate before him. I don't know if the 2 had the lead at the first call. We'll just put it right there. He was definitely a fast-ass stalker. If he didn't go wire to wire, he was definitely probably could have if he wanted to. I'll just have that straight. Bender's saying 5 wired. Okay, 5 wired. Oh, I can just size that down after I write it. Oh, okay. There, I give myself plenty of room there. Okay. Let's see. So we're going in the 3rd race at Gulfstream. So we got a mile on the turf. Maiden claiming 50,000. Since I overslept, I didn't do the charts this morning. I don't remember if we had a real opinion on the turf routes yesterday. I'm gonna look up equine base. I think we got tons of time. It looks like Gulfstream and Turfway Park is kind of going to be on top of each other. And then we'll have 2 races. Then it looks like we get a long break. Then we get 2 quick races again. Let's see, the first race of the day yesterday, that one went wire to wire, and he was 80 cents on the dollar. I remember it. Then we had the 7-horse winning. He closed and he was long. 7-1, I don't even remember him. Oh, I do remember him. He was the horse that was off the year layoff yesterday that beat our 1-5. That's right. That was the horse that came off a year layoff. Okay. He closed. Let me look at the fractions there. Solid fractions. Both of the races, they went 23 at the first call. Then I remember the 8 completing our double. I want to say he stalked. Yeah, he came from 2 lengths out. And then the last race, that was that one horse that we liked, but he was bet down from an 8-1 morning line. I didn't think he was worth a risk at 2-1. I think we sat out that race. He closed. I thought he stalked, but he closed. And in the last race, that 9-1. So they were kind of, they were everywhere. They had 2 inside horses win and 3 outside horses win. That just looks like it was a kind of a fair track yesterday. We had horses wiring. We had horses closing. We had horses stalking. We had inside, outside. So the turf routes are up for grabs. I'm not going to worry about a bias there right now. Like I said, this turf route racing at Gulfstream is always the surface that I think is the most risky. It changes the most. At the end of the year, it tends to be fair. Unless you have evidence during the day, it's probably best just to attack the track like it's going to be fair. Which means I tend to want to avoid these races until I really think I got to play them. The one horse, average last race. He got in position at the top of the stretch. Nothing wrong with that race. He just lost by, I imagine, a K-hair when they don't put the beaten lengths at the finish. 2 races go bad rail. He was in the 11 hole, so he doesn't have an excuse there. He was just slow, slow, slow. But even then, he kept running. He finished 5-by-1. So overall, out of 5 or 6 races, he has got in position at the top of the stretch, and he always keeps running. I don't like him or dislike him. He's just a 2-to-1 that's in the race. The 2 horses, the favorite right now, average on a stalking day. He was a stalker. Nothing's wrong with that race. 2 races ago, it was a stalking closing day. He did close. He finished 5-by-2. I don't have a real excuse for him that race, other than it was a first time out. He did the right thing. He improved his speed figure by about 10, 11 points the next race out. Just a lightly raced horse that he's just in the race. He's done nothing. What is all this shit? He's done nothing wrong. The 3 horse. Stalker Day last time he ran. He hopped at the start, asterisk. Didn't run. And now he's trying a turf route for the first time. So he's trying something new. We don't know what kind of horse this is. I'm shocked to see him at 5-2 off of that running line. The Mammoth horse, I did not get to look up shippers today. The 6 horse, slow, slow, slow. It is only race, which is an excuse in itself. I can't tell the talent there. And the 7 horse has been picking up minor checks on the dirt sprint. I don't know how that translates to go a route here. He's had the track his way in his last 2 races. Still haven't been able to win when the inside was great. I'm not crazy about him, but I'm not crazy about anyone in this race. This race is a complete no-go for me. Just with the limited information we got on horses' running lines, I probably agree with the public that the 2 should be the favorite. I don't understand the bet on the 3. He could be any kind of a horse there. I don't get that. The 5 horse, I'm not interested in this race. Well, what? I'm not interested in this race enough. I was going to say maybe I should look him up. He's 25. You know what? I'll look him up. I got nothing else to do. JS likes the 5 here. I'm going to look him up. I'm going to see if there's a little something there. No matter what I see, let's just say I come up with something that I love the 5 horse. It's still a dangerous race with so many question marks. I got bad rail last time he ran. He was in the 5 hole. That didn't bother him. He was average, slow. Made a little middle move there. Let's look up this August 30th race. We got bad rail, and it was an early pressing day. He definitely was not early, and he definitely was not pressing. I'd give him an asterisk there, even though I don't like giving slow horses asterisks. I think they get you more trouble than they're worth. I just got him as slow that race. Slow. We don't need to do the other one. I'll look up the July 26th race too. Why not? Another early pressing day. He was a presser. He was a stalker. Remember, I use presser the same as I do stalkers. A presser to me is the same stalker definition. He still managed to be slow that race. Yeah, this race is definitely not for me. Oh, do I want to start Tampa Bay? Let's look at Tampa Bay. I'll leave Gulfstream on. I'll put Tampa Bay on my other screen. Tampa Bay for the sprints. They've only ran 24 races. Right now, it kind of just looks like speed and stalkers to me. Very small sample, just speed and stalkers straight up. This one horse went one tick slower, or Matt Strides with the fastest winner of the day for the first two calls, then was average. He is a router. He's a router. I hate route to sprint. I'm not really that interested. We'll watch Gulfstream. Then I'll continue with Tampa. Where's the chat here? I keep hiding you guys somewhere. Hey, what's up, Pie Man? Yeah, Elliot, we had the one horse in the one of the turf races yesterday that was also at 8-1, and they bet him down to 2-1. He won easily. The question about questioning these running lines is sometimes you really got to determine if that's a bad morning line. The Gulfstream is kind of famous for having bad running lines. Or I'm sorry, I keep saying running lines. I mean morning odds line. You know what, Bender? I notice more and more tracks, they're having timer issues. I don't know if Mamu's having a timer issue or they just don't run enough sprints and they don't have the timer at the sprints calls. I think I noticed that too with Mammoth Park. The only time you have problems with their timer is, I think if I remember right, is during the sprint races. Well, we didn't understand the bet on the 3. The horse that we thought deserved to be the favorite ended up winning. The horse that we kind of thought deserved to be second choice ran second. The 5 horse actually ran a pretty good third. He was a non-threatening third, but he looks, I would say he probably improved his speed figure quite a bit that race. And the bet down 3 horse never was threatening and just flattened out to 4th place there. But just kind of, oh, I'm in turf. I'm at Tampa. Just a non-betting race. That was a perfect 2. What? Give me my 2. There we go. Just a non-betting event there. Tampa Bay got 3 minutes. Maybe Tampa Bay. You know, Tampa Bay does that big slow post parade. Maybe Tampa Bay will separate itself. Oh, Boulder's saying that Monmouth has always been like that. Okay, so we went over the 1. Mostly, I just don't like route to sprint there. I am going to put out a warning. All the years past, I used to only concentrate on Tampa Bay's dirt racing, and I'll be dead honest, I never beat Tampa Bay until last year. I've always struggled on the dirt. The problem with Tampa Bay's dirt is I still fucking enjoy it. I for some reason, I like donating money. Last year was the first year I found that turf bias. I think it was just because of the show. I decided to play the turf races because of you guys, and just didn't want to sit out every turf race. And we spotted a bias, and that was the difference of me having a winning year for the first time at Tampa Bay. So I will put out a warning. My picks on the dirt, take them with a heat of caution. I've attacked Tampa Bay with full gusto for probably at least 20 years, and up until last year, I'd never had a winning. I've had big days, but never a winning meet. I've never beat the meet until last year. So, you know, I could get hot, but I'm putting out a warning. And I should have a good meet there because it favors speed and stalkers. I don't understand why I've never really been able to beat the dirt there. The 2 horse. Excuses in his last 2 races. 2 races ago, he ran at Presque Isle. It was a closing track. He tried to be a stalker. He went too fast at the first call. But that was a route race. I don't know. He is a stalker on the dirt. He might fit here, but I don't know. I like him better than the 1. Oh, the 3 I got nothing on. I didn't have time to look up Indiana. The 4 horse. Early pressing day, last race he had no shot. He was steadied, asterisk. 2 races ago at Presque Isle. Bad rail, stalking closing day, he earned a heart. Wow, he's 23-1. Let me speed through this because 5's a first-time starter. I got nothing on him. Let me get my betting board. I think I'm going to have to fire on a horse here. 6 just hasn't raced since last June. 8's 3-1. Who's the favorite here? The 9's the favorite? I'm going to take a small shot on the 2 and the 4 here. 16 to 1 and 23 to 1. I think both of those are worth a win ticket. Speed figure wise, I have no shot in this race. They definitely have to improve. The safer horses in this race is probably the 8, 9, 10. You know what? If I can do an exacta, I'm going to do exacta 8, 9, 10 on top of the 3 and 4. If I can get that in. I'm just doing that exacta for $2. I'm doing it below a play bet. But I did get it in, but I only did it for $2. And damn it, I said I did the 3 and the 4. It was supposed to be the 2 and the 4. I think it was supposed to be the 2 and the 4 I was playing. Well, the three's already running better than the 2. I'll have to go back and see. I wanted the press style horse. I got to look at the form. I got to see if I got a mispunched ticket that might be a winner. It'll be the first time in my history, I swear to God, that I ever mispunched a winner. Come on, 3 or 4 for second. 9 looks scary. Yeah, 9 beat him. Let me see if I get a mispunched ticket there. Yeah, it was the 2 and the 4 that I was trying to play. If I would have hit that, I would have got lucky. I've never got lucky at the racetrack. I don't think I've ever hit a mispunched ticket for a winner. Elliot, I think it's a speed and stalker track. I'd like to say I didn't do that bad of a handicapping job because I said the outside horses were a bit better. But I can't even take credit because 3 was, I'm dead honest, was an accident. The 4 ran okay, but the 3 was an accident. And you know what? That's probably not a mispunched. I would have enjoyed cashing that mispunched ticket if it came in 10-3. But because it was a $2 wager, I would have still got underpaid severely. I mean, normally when I do those play exactas, they're usually, my minimum bet is usually $5. In the money, Mike liked the 2 and the 3. Yeah, Tampa Bay so far, they're wiring 42% of the races and they're stalking 42% of the races. So they're dead even between stalkers and speed and stalkers so far. And last year for the entire meet, where is it? Last year for the entire meet, it lines up exactly with what I got going on so far. Last year, they went wire to wire 47%, which is a huge track, which is a huge edge. But they still stalked 45% of the races. So they only closed coming, remember, I got definitions for a closer. A closer is a horse that comes from 5 lengths out or farther. They've only closed 8% of the time. Out of 429 races, that's 36 races. I'm supposed to win on a track like that. And every year, like I said, up until last year, I'm scratching my head wondering why I can't win at Tampa Bay. I look at the numbers, 47% wiring. That should be an ATM every year. And honestly, it's not for me. It's not. I struggle there. I don't understand why. But I don't, like Oaklawn Park, I told you up until last year, I always bail after the second month. There's a few other tracks that I get geared up for and I bail. Tampa Bay, I enjoy losing there. I don't know what it is. I play the whole meet. I never give up on it. And up until last year, I did not have the answers. Woodbine. Woodbine's a track that I bailed from. Woodbine is a track that I have over 10 years of winning. And then probably about 5 years ago, something changed. Something changed at Woodbine. I can't put my finger on what changed. They got me for about 2 or 3 months. 2 or 3 months I struggled. And, I told you guys, I didn't leave Woodbine. Woodbine made me leave. And that's when I picked up Gulfstream. It was probably 5-6 years ago. My timelines are terrible. So I don't, even when I have a history at winning a track, when things change and I feel like the confusion isn't worth battling through the confusion, I still keep track of Woodbine. I still do all the work for Woodbine, and I still act like, hey, we're going back to Woodbine one of these days. And it just hasn't happened. I know eventually it'll probably turn around. Maybe Gulfstream, this inside bias won't be as strong, and I'll have to find something else. But no matter what your success is at a track, guys, don't be afraid to leave a track when you start struggling there. Don't keep just banging your heads. There's too much racing. And we're all sitting at our computer these days, so it's not even like you're at the track where you can't make the transition. Yeah, they kicked me out of Canada. They kicked me out with my tail between my legs. I'm glancing at the betting board right now at Gulfstream. this might be an opportunity here. We kind of think the inside of the track is the place to be. Right now, I see a 4-5 favorite on the outside. He's going to be one post over in the 6 hole, but he's still outside. For the most part at Gulfstream, you want to fade post 7 on out. So he does get the 6 hole. But the last couple of days, even though it's been kind of chalky, we have been liking the inside of the track. So I do see this one horse earned a heart his first race, running against the inside bias. So I'm perking up. This is a race where I'm probably going to be aggressive on. He only ran one race. And I always like to say, you know these horses where you really like their race? So you know how I always say first-time starters, when they run a bad race, it's always an excuse? Well, a horse that you feel ran a good race, and I do feel this horse ran a good race. I think he ran against the bias. He got the lead. He kind of fought a little bit. It looked like at the second call, someone got, he came out one by one at the second call. He was on the lead. They don't have beaten length, so to me it looked like he got headed there. Then he pulled away, and then he got beat at the finish. I think that's a good, eventful race. Especially when you consider he went too fast to win and ran against the bias. These horses are tricky because I noticed that, we noticed that when they run a bad race, a lot of times they come back and run a very good race, right? When horses run a really good race the first time out, it's almost a 50-50 proposition that they run the same race or step forward off of that race. And, that's one half of the 50. And the other half of the 50% is that race was too hard for them and they regress their very next time out. The classic bounce kind of theory. I'm definitely doing something with him, but there's always that warning. The other thing that I kind of spot on him, he did start his career as a claimer. Where I think a lot of so he's technically stepping up with class a little bit. Hard to really say, is that a big step up or what kind of step up that is? It's really hard to say, but I'm definitely going to be interested in him. The 2-horse inside the track was good last race. He had the 4-hole. I do like giving horses in the 4-hole an asterisk. I know it's only one post over, but I do like giving the asterisk there. He definitely improved his speed figure quite a bit from a -24. So I guess that's a 90-point improvement. He should have got an asterisk that race. So this is a horse that he ran 3 races, and I could give him an asterisk in all 3 races. That race where he earned a -24, it was an early pressing day. The comments said he ducked in at the start and took up. That sounds like that's enough effort to make him not run his race, and his speed figure improved greatly. So I think this race is a complete throwout race here. I got no problem with that. I should look up this Belmont race on the 3. I'll come back and look that up. The 4-horse looks okay. Inside of the track was good last race. I think he ran good enough. Okay, so he had the good part of the track. You know how sometimes I say that when a horse has a good part of the track and he loses, it's almost unforgivable. He ran a good enough race where I don't feel that way about him. 2 races ago, early pressing day, he was on the slow side of things. His first race out was an excuse. The inside of the track was good. There's some things to like on him, too. 6 is a first-time starter. This 7 horse, I don't have a problem with him being the chalk. I won't have a problem with him winning. Me going against him is mostly not liking his post position. I don't think anything was wrong with his first time out. He kind of falls in the category as the 1 horse where he ran a really nice race his first time out. He can improve off that, or it's a 50-50 call. He can improve off that. He can run the same race, or he can regress off that. For me to take 6-5 on that kind of horse when he's farther on the outside at that short price, I'm willing to try to beat him. And the 8 horse is just a first-time starter that I know nothing about. I'm trying to look ahead to see if there's any doubles that I love. Looks like the 7's going to take action. I kind of like the 3's race 2 races ago. But I am putting a warning. His speed figures are on the really, really low side. You know what? I don't think I could do a double here. I'm not going to be able to look up the 1 anymore on the... Well, no, I could. Do I got enough time to look up the 1 and the 2? I definitely got some big gaps here on some horses that I can't handicap. Oh, my stomach's gurgling, man. Holy shit. Bellyache. Let's see, I got too much stuff open and I'm trying to open up more stuff. Let's see, do I need Monmouth Park? Were any of these a Monmouth Park shipper? July 26th. Let me look up that race while I got it open. That's 4 races ago. July 26th, 47.3. That's a pretty nice race, too. I don't think I'm going to be able to do a double here. I also got that the rail was bad, that race. How aggressive do I want to be here? If I'm being really aggressive, I kind of want to do a 1-2-3 exacta box and a 1-2-4 exacta box and just try to beat this 7 completely. If I want to be more conservative, I just want to put win money on the 1 and the 2. If I wanted to be wild, I want to play the 1 and the 2 with just 3 or 4 horses in the double going to the next leg. Let me see what those doubles look like. I think maybe the doubles. Is the exacta better there or the doubles better? Why did they have to start doing am I the only guy that's complaining about Gulfstream Park trying to be on time? They're not giving me the doubles. Come on, give me, there they are. Let's see, what were the doubles I was kind of considering? The 1, the 2. The 1, the 2, and the 7. They're not super appealing. They're in the mid. If the 2 wins, the doubles are huge. But then if the 2 wins, what? I think I'm just going to Dutch the 1 and the 2 bet. You know what? I'm going to split the difference. I'm betting 1 and 2 to win here. And then I'm going to get that double. But I'm playing the double for less. The win ticket is the real bet here. All right, I got the double in. So I did the win bet 1 and 2 to win. I got more money on the 1 horse than the 2 horse. Even though 2 would be the better hit. And then I got a 1 and 2 on top of the 1, 2, 7 in the double. So I didn't do those exactas I was thinking of. I was thinking of doing a 1, 2, 3 box in the exacta and a 1, 2, 4 box in the exacta. Instead of doing a 4 horse exacta box. I don't like doing 4 horse exacta boxes. The one went down to 7 to 2. We'll see. He got the lead early, but man, he's already hooked by this 3. Boy, I don't even have to walk because I don't like that the 2 and the 7 is that, or the 3 and the 7 is that close. It almost looks like the 1's really trying to overrate this horse. I'm walking because my 2's making a nice move. Oh, I didn't get to turn on my television. Oh, babe, you're not feeling good again? All right, I won't turn on the TV. Are you laying on the remote? You want me to get it in? It won't take long. Well, you used to that monitor. I think you're on the remote. There, go back. Go back. I'm sorry. I know, I'm sorry. Debbie's not even laying with you? You want me to get you anything? That's what we do. I should have just did everything. I went in the other room and I didn't have TVG on. I seen no part of that race. That's a nice start. Would we have hit the exacta if I did a 1-2-3 box and a 1-2-4 box? No, we wouldn't have hit the exacta. All right, well, we're live to Monster Doubles. I did cut the doubles down. I did have more money on the 1 horse than the 2 horse, but the odds, it's still a much better hit for the 2. I don't do true Dutches. I don't do the math. The definition for a Dutch bet is you try to bet both of them to win the same amount of money. I usually don't do that. Because honestly, my bigger price horse usually wins just as much as my lower price horse. I did cut down the doubles though. I was aggressive on the win bet, but I'm gonna be alive to 3 solid doubles. I might be able to bet every horse in the next race and still have a potential profit. Oh, hey, 8 Fu Young. Welcome to the show. Are you new or you're a lurker? I don't know if I noticed 8 Fu Young here before. He has a $4 double 2 all. Well, congratulations. Just sit back and enjoy. You got nothing to worry about. Steve V backed up his so you're out of the pick 5, but you played a 2-8 exacta. Well, nice hit. I gotta imagine that exacta is gonna be pretty strong. Too bad the 8 won there. Or I'm sorry, too bad the 8 ran second there. It looks like a few of you guys probably played that 1-2-3 exacta box. Man, this has been a hot, the hotness started, I want to say I got really hot Saturday. Last Saturday, I think it started with Turfway Park. Saturday, I took a break from Gulfstream because it was the Claiming Crown Day. I was looking at all the results. Saturday, I was working on the website during the day. So I was watching the results while working on the website, and I was regretting because Saturday, if you guys played Saturday, they were lighting up the board on Saturday. But, you know, they were the Claiming Crown races. You guys know I don't like stakes races. So I took the day off, and then I decided to play Turfway Park. That was the first night that I played Turfway Park and had a really big night that night. And it's been pretty good ever since. Oh, Tampa Bay. Sorry, we had to celebrate that. I'm not going to regret not being able to do Tampa Bay right now. Tampa Bay, we're just going to look at the marks. It's going to be another dirt race. Right off what I'm seeing, we're going to have a lot of press style shippers today. And I think a lot of Monmouth Park shippers too. I want to see if there's any edges on those horses. Like I said, I like the press style routers that have been showing speed. Uh, I thought I noticed too, the 3-horse ran a press style sprint race last race. I don't know if that's been as strong. I haven't paid attention to how the sprinters are shipping to other tracks. I noticed it for the routers, but I'm not so sure about the sprinters. But this 3-horse did earn a heart in a triangle at the first call. Monmouth Park horses, they just tend to ship well everywhere. He has 3 excuses and 3 races as 7-horse. I'm just going after it fast because they're loading in the gate. Eight was coming from press style. He did run his last race at Tampa Bay. He was just slow. When he was at press style, he was a sprinter and he was a kind of looked like a stalker closer type. So I'm just going to watch this race with a little bit of interest. 7's probably a long shot. I didn't see the odds for this 3-horse. I'm kind of mostly interested in seeing how they perform. The rest of the shippers just look like other Tampa horses and a few Gulfstream Park horses. So the 2 looked like he closed that Gulfstream, but he had the rail. He had the rail on the back stretch. He angled out in the turn. I'm not worried about that angling out there. Boy, you would have thought this, if I would have watched this race, I would have thought this 1-horse was gone. How did this one not hold up for second even? Boy, that would have been a bad beat if we would have boxed the 1, 2, 3 there. Hey, what's up, lass? I think the 3 was the press style horse with the heart that we were kind of rooting for. The 7 was the Monmouth horse that, oh, he was 23-1. He ran a decent third, but non-threatening. Who was the 4-horse there? Our 4-horse was a Gulfstream Park horse. So back in the day, I know back in the day, Gulfstream Park shippers used to have a big edge in Tampa. And they used to be almost an automatic play. I think those days are like behind. They're not automatic, but they're still strong, but they're not automatic. And I don't even know why I'm saying it because, like I said, up until last year, I never won on the Tampa Dirt. So maybe me even thinking that has been wrong. But I think years ago it used to be almost an automatic thing, but Tampa Bay racing got better and better and better. And You know, it's just competitive, race after race. So the 3 ran good. The 7 actually ran good, but we didn't really handicap that race. Let's do our tic-tac-toe board. I'm going to put the 2 as a closer. He might have technically came from 4 lengths back. Let's just put him bordering a line between coming back from 4 lengths back at the first call or 5 lengths back. He definitely rallied from behind. Dude, I don't mind these races going off at the same time, especially when I'm just searching for the Tampa turf racing for the most part. I'm kind of liking the schedule that we get this 20, we get quite a bit of time in between. So I got doubles going to the 1, the 2, and the 7 here. I want to remind myself, I'm going to put these lines here. They don't mean nothing. They're just, whoops. They're just who I'm alive to. Just so I don't got to keep remembering. To the 1, it's $111 for a dollar. For every dollar we got that. The 2 is 74. Solid, but I thought that would have been a little bit better. Oh, the 1 is the 7 is 132. I thought the 7 was probably going to be the big favorite here. I'm happy with those doubles. So there's 4 horses that can beat us. The 7, the 8, the 5, and the 6. Depending on what the 5 goes off, I might be able to bet win money on those other 4 horses. You guys know me and my damn savers. When I get myself in position where I can bet every horse in a race and make money, I'm willing to give some off of the bigger hit and do a saver bet. I know some of you guys like when I do that. Some of you guys think it's chicken shit. I've never ran the numbers to see if it's better to not do that or to do that. Sometimes it pays off. Sometimes you're just didn't have to do it and you're throwing away a couple $100 for no reason. Or I could say that 2 win money on the 2 put me up for today, and I don't even have to save this. I can look at this 2 different ways if I want to do the saver. I got a lot of time. I'm going to go I think I'm going to go brew a coffee real quick. So I'll be gone for probably about 2 minutes. I deserve a kiss. Bentley will give me a kiss. Oh, Bentley was sleeping. It's okay. Bentley, it's me. All right, sorry about that. Whenever I get in a situation like this, I honestly, my brain stops and I need this race to run. I don't like carrying on bets uh, when I'm on a nice hit. So right now I have no interest in doing anything more with this race. The only thing my mind is thinking, should I do a win bet on the 4 horses that I don't have? And it looks the way the odds are fanning out. As long as this 5 stays at 3-1 or higher, I can have every horse in this race covered. I'm going to start the tic-tac-toe board at Tampa more out of curiosity. Like I said, I only care about the turf route races at Tampa right now. Uh, I don't know how many turf route races they have today. So far, they've been on the dirt for the first 4 races. So I'm just going to use a couple minutes. I'm still thinking about what I want to do this race. Right now, I could probably give 100 back and not care about it. If I do $100, giving 100 back, I'd probably put $15 on the 3, the 4, the 6, and the rest of it on the 5 horse. If the 6 wins, that'd be like 300 and some bucks. So I just improved my day. To 3 or 4 wins, that's getting, I don't know, 150, maybe a little bit more depending on breakage. Let's see, that's 45, so that leaves 55 on the 5. That's 90, 180, 2 something. I don't know. It's just me trying to scroll and pick up a little bit more. I don't know. Maybe I'll just let this ride out. Hey, Steve B, are you saying let's look at the 4 at Gulfstream here? If you're asking about Gulfstream here, his last race at Gulfstream, it was just a 1 race sample. Nothing's wrong with that race. He got in position, he stalked. Uh, I can't really look up the other races. They were at Delaware. What was I going to do? I was going to do the tic-tac-toe board. Yeah, I don't really have an opinion on him. In fact, if this race was before the other race, last race is the only reason I'm into this double. If I didn't get into this double, this looks like a race that I would have sat out. The only reason I played the double is because I like the one and I really like the two. When I seen the double payoffs, as soon as I seen all of those doubles, they went down after he won, or after during the race, because I thought everyone was paying well over 100 to 1. I'm shocked that the 2 to the 2 is only paying $74. That got kind of cut in half, I think. Remember, I said I was going to play the 1 and the 2 in the doubles, and I said, well, the 1's not great. They're kind of mediocre, in the high teens, low 20s. And then as soon as I seen the 2, I was like, those doubles are a real hit. He's the real reason I bet the double. But if I was just looking at this race, I don't have an opinion this race. Remember, we looked at it. I had some gaps. Come on. One more time. Those look like perfect 2s. Wow, Tampa Bay. Dude, I don't remember that 10 in the third race going to wire, but that's what the official chart caller had it. I don't remember him being in front. I thought he stalked, but when I'm not sure, I always go by what the official chart caller calls it. Steve's going to take a shot with a 2-4 double here. Or, I'm sorry, exacta, it looks like. Let's see, 5's still sitting at about 3 to 1. I got to decide if I really want to do this saver bet or not. The 5's holding, but the 3 and the 4 went down a little bit, making it to the point where I got to put more than $15. Let's see, if I put 20 and 20 on them, 10 on the 6, that's $50. I can still put 50 on the... Basically what I'd be doing is throwing $100 away. And if shit hits the fan and I'm wrong about my double, I'm basically betting $100 to get $100, to win $100 extra. Basically, if I do that. Unless someone's odds went really down. And that's not fully true, because if the 3 wins, $20 on him only gets you a minimum of $160 back. So do you really want to do this just to say you had a winner? Do I really want to do that just to say I had a winner? I'm such a puss. I think I'm going to do the win bet. On the 3 and the 4, I'm putting $20 on. I'm a puss. You guys don't have to respect me for doing this bet. On the 6, I'm putting $10 on. And shit, I got to get this. And then on the 5, I got to put 50 on. My wife is calling me that stupid, but then again, she knows that I got very small balls. I don't know if this. Look, we've been on the show. Some days it works out, and it works out that the saver was worth it. Some days it works out that I could have just relied on the original bet. It's probably more stupid because I had it. Sometimes you didn't. If I didn't do the win bet, right, it's almost more important for you to do the saver. But it's kind of is more stupid because I did cash a nice win ticket. Yeah, we'll see how it works out. Can the 7 win? 7's actually my best option here. And this is nice. I put 20 to win on the 3 and the 4, and their odds shot up. So if the 3 or the 4 wins, the bet got a little bit better. I don't know if the 5's odds dropped. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. And does it look like we're getting rain at Gulfstream now? Shit, my 7 and 2 aren't doing nothing. I really need this 1. All right, they woke up. They didn't want to embarrass themselves. They're trying to get into the race now, but man, I usually like being. Come on, one, force your way through. Force your way through. All right, we did the saver bet, and it looks like the saver bet was the right move. We got 50 on the 5. I was hoping he'd stay at 3 to 1. He went up to 7 to 2. Hey, my stupid saver bet worked out, Kiki. I pick up 180 plus another $45, so $225. I bet 100 to get it. 100 of, but it was a free $100 bet because it was based on perceived options. So really, to me, it didn't cost me nothing. Actually, the saver bet worked out. I'm okay with that. I'll take the extra $125 profit. I can't believe you guys weren't calling me out on doing saver bets. Usually, when we get in this situation, half of the chat is calling me a dumbass for doing a saver bet. Before the race. My wife was calling me a dumbass. That's all right. We got a nice day. If the 2 would have won, it would have been a substantially bigger hit, but who was the 5 that won, by the way? Am I in the right race? Yes, this is the right race. Three ran pretty good. If you guys remember when I was handicapping that race, I was kind of interested in those hearts on the 3, but I thought his speed figures were lacking. That's why I had a square around them. Why was the 2-horse so far back? Why was there's a couple races where he's that far back, but usually he looks like well, you know what? He usually comes out the gate pretty good, but then he does fall back by the first call. You know what? I'm not going to question that ride. I didn't like the 1-horse up until I looked up that Monmouth Park race 4 races ago where he earned that heart, and that's what made me use him. Maybe I shouldn't have included him because he earned that nice speed. He did that nice race at Monmouth Park. Then he went to I thought he went to Delaware both races. He did go to Saratoga. You know what? I'm okay with using him. And you know what? I'm okay with that result because, like I said, if this race just came up without me liking the 2 in the race before, I would have sat out this race. This is a race that I would have sat out. Instead, we were able to pick up a free $100 bill. So, you know what? I'm fine. Good day today. Oh, fuck! Because I got so caught up in that. Oh, you know what? This is just this is the first turf race. I keep saying that I'm interested in all the turf route races at Tampa Bay, which is true. But you know what? We're running out of time. I'm not mad that we're going to miss this race, mainly because it's a 4-horse field now. It became a 4-horse field. It was an optional claiming 7,500. There's a good chance that I wouldn't have been that interested in this race if we had all the time in the world. I'm interested in Tampa Bay because of stalkers and closers. But usually they give us a nice big field. The speed horses look like the 6, the 3, and the 1 looks like they're the most interested in the lead. I'm gonna watch this race. I'm pulling for the bias, stalkers, closers. I expect the pace to be around 23-3, which they have been closing. That seems like the mark that you need to get for a solid pace. A lot of times they go a lot faster. With this being a shorter field, they might be able to slow it down. But let's look at this first call to see if they go much faster than 23-3. Victor's telling me the next race at Gulfstream is another race to go after. Man, I'm ready to go on cruise control. I did not see the first call this race. What's up, big guy? Are you done with your treats? Hmm? Two got a pretty lead. He's going to get swallowed up. The 1 is definitely coming off the pace. Let's see. I don't think the 6 is going to be able to hold him off. I would have liked to seen the fractions of that race. I'm wondering if their clock malfunctioned here. Oh, Brother Man says they're having, he's been seeing that they've been having a lot of issues timing at Tampa. I haven't noticed that. Come here. Those boogers. Give me those eye boogers, guy. You got a dirty little face. And you just got a shower a couple days ago. The lowest odds on the there's no way I'm becoming a vegan. Okay, we'll get over to I think we got tons of time for Gulfstream. We got 19 minutes for Gulfstream, Bender. I don't think we're worried about not looking at Gulfstream. Is that going to be the sixth race? Maiden claiming 12.5. Cheap, 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 and I love it. Hey, Brother Man, who's using a new timing system? Is Indiana one of them? Indiana, shit. If I was a player of Indiana right now, I keep track of Indiana. Indiana has had timer issues for the entire meet. I think they should have been shut down until you get your timer freaking fixed. I'm not for closing down racetracks, but if you can't give me the times to a freaking race, and it happens 3-4 times every race, I think you should be shut down. And I think if I was another track, now I know tracks have problems with filling barns. I would like to say I'd be a hard ass saying that if you can't time your horse, if you can't time a race, you can't send your shippers here. That's probably being a very aggressive and pissed off, but they have no excuse for entire meet, them not being able to time their races. It's freaking ridiculous. And I like Indiana. But I will turn my back quickly on you if I think you're fucking me over. And to me, they're fucking the players over by not giving them the splits of a race or the final time of a race. There is an article. I will try to look up that article. Right now, I want to read two articles. I want to find that article, and I want to find that other article that I think Elliott said about Tampa Bay. Because I'd love to see what the experts or not Tampa Bay, Turfway Park. I'd love to see what the experts say about how surfaces are playing or what they think is going on. I still remember watching TVG on open day, and Caleb was opening his mouth, trying to sound like he had a clue about Turfway Park, talking about in the past it was an inside speed favoring track. I lost my shit. I could not handle him talking like that. Turfway Park, an inside favoring track. Not for 30 years. Well, I'm wondering if we're going to get rain at Gulfstream, and I'm wondering if they're going to take the turf off the dirt. Usually when we get these heavy downpours, the bias stays the same for the day. You know, when the track is getting wet, I tend to have problems a few days later when the track is drying out. It wreaks havoc on me sometimes. But let's start this sixth race, and I just want to glance ahead to see what type of race. Okay, so we're coming to another route race. And guys, like I said, I apologize. I accidentally handicapped yesterday's card again last night. So the later races, I'm going to have more gaps and be scrambling at Gulfstream Park. I realized it this morning. I went to bed thinking I had everything done. And when I woke up, I realized my mistake. So, sorry about that. So right now, I mean, we love the inside of the track. We only seen 2 races a day, all inside. 19-1 winner, closed or deep stock, another horse wired. Yesterday it was all inside, but yesterday it was kind of on the lower odd side, chalky. I put too much cream in my coffee and it got cold too fast. My wife can't stand listening to me right now. The one horse is a first-time starter. I don't play first-timers. Depending on what I do this race, every once in a while, if there's only one first-timer in a race, and I think he's going to get the benefit of a bias, and the price is tempting enough, I'm not scared about blindly putting a bet on a 25-1 shot that gets the rail. I'm not as likely to do that when I think the bias is on the outside of the track. Because outside horses, you know, outside biases are harder to take advantage of a lot of times. You're guessing on who goes to the inside. To me, a horse breaking from the rail, when you think it's an inside bias, yeah, there's a chance that they might go outside. But overall, most jockeys, I believe, think that the shorter distance is the place to go. So he's a first-time starter. This is one of the few rules where I might be willing to do something with a first-timer. The 2 horse gets the inside today. Last race he had the inside. It was at Gulfstream Park West. We know the majority of the meet it was inside. But that day I don't have any designation about it being inside of the track. But he did go fast at the first call. And he ran pretty well. I could see him stepping forward off of that race. Again, you're guessing just by his speed figure. Did he improve last race because he got the inside, even though, you know, I'm not saying that the inside was particularly great that day? Or did he get, you know, or did he improve so much kind of because of the, you know, the drop in class? There was a pretty big drop of class there. But that's kind of the question, you know, you got to ask yourself. What do you believe? Right now he's 7-1, so he is in the inside, and he did have speed. We did see a horse 2 races ago, that one horse that we liked, looked clear and easy. Looked like he was going to win. He did get caught. But we did see a horse go wire to wire again. I mean, you know, we're kind of don't know right now. The 3 horse, early pressing day last race. He came out 5x3 and just fell apart. I don't have that the inside was particularly good or the outside was bad that day. Don't really know how to read that race. 2 races ago, inside of the track was good. He had the outside. So he did get an asterisk there. I like that race. 3 races ago, he was at a higher level. He had the rail when the inside was good. He was bet down to 50 cents on the dollar and just got embarrassed while dude, that's almost unforgivable. I guess his only saving grace for me, not really like being hardcore, that's unforgivable. I kind of think it's unforgivable. But he was at a couple levels higher than this level. He's not an easy call. But you know what? The 1, 2, 3, they all got a little bit for me to like, and they all got a little bit for me to dislike. Let's find the favorite here. Let's see what they're betting. But this might be a good opportunity here. 4-horse bad rail last race. He had the 4-hole. He came out average match strides with the slowest winner. Then he fell apart. I don't think that's a terrible race. That was at this level. 2 races ago, inside of the track was good. He was on the outside. I gave him an asterisk for that. And 3 races ago, middle of the track was good. He was just slow. He looks like one of those stalkers in weak fields that I always try to put on the lead. And more often than not, they don't get the lead and they piss me off. There's some things to like about him. I got to get to this 7-horse to see what the hell they're betting. First time starter. Okay, the 6 ran 1 race last race. It's the same story about second time out. He can improve from that race. There's just nothing for me to get behind there. If he wins, I don't have a real problem with it, but I honestly can't find a real reason to bet him. The 7 and 8 are first-time starters. I do believe the inside is a better place to be. They're both going to be moved over 1 post position, so they'll be in the 6 and the 7 hole. But unlike the one that I would be willing to take a stab at, who I think might get the benefit of the bias, I'm not as willing to take a stab on them. 9 might be the horse that I think the 9 might be one of the better marked horses in a weak group. 2 races ago, or last race, the inside of the track was good. He was on the outside. I gave him an asterisk for that race. He came out fast, so he had an excuse. He showed a little bit of run there. He's dropping in class. I like that race. 2 races ago, the middle of the track was good. He was in the middle of the track. Yeah, I don't think that was a great race. But 3 races ago, the middle of the track was also good, and I think he ran I think he might be the best horse, but I can't take 7-2 on a horse outside at Gulfstream. And are we getting rain at Gulfstream right now? This track looks like it's raining. I think we're getting rain at Gulfstream. I'm still going to proceed like I think the inside of the track is good, but we never know how something can change with weather. The 10-horse only ran 1 race. Inside of the track was good. Boy, if this horse was on the inside, I'd probably be willing to take a shot with him. And the 11, same thing. Inside of the track was good. He ran against the inside. Both of them got asterisks. I kind of think the 9, 10, and 11 are the most appealing horses to me. but I stick to my beliefs, and I'll be playing something with the probably the 1 through 4. Yeah, I did see on the Gulfstream graphic that they said the track was sealed. Pound it down and make it a super highway. I'm not going to look for doubles. I think the next race is a turf, and I got a lot of gaps next race. Lots of gaps next race. I got to play this race in itself. Caesar, I think when the track is sealed, they do it before the rains come. They look, I'm not a track maintenance guy. From what I understand, is they just go over the track with rollers, compacting it, making the track harder between races, and the water kind of just hits it like cement. It's not an exact science, but a lot of times when you get a sealed track, you get a lot of front runner winners. It tends to prevail speed. Not all the time, but that's kind of what people tends to think first. They try to compact the ground so the ground doesn't get muddy. The water tries to stay on top. They try to keep the water on top of the dirt and hope that it just drains from the top without sinking into the dirt and making it muddy and cuppy. Is the theory, and I think the goal behind that. Yeah, I would look for speed here and inside speed. But there is, like I said, I kind of like the 9, 10, 11, but I'm going to go with the inside horses. I don't know how I'm gonna play this race because I have no real strong opinion on anyone. In a way, I almost think the 2 is the safest of the inside horses to bet on. But I'm only looking at that triangle last race. I think I'm definitely going to put a win ticket on this one horse, a bit of a win ticket. I don't know how aggressive I'm going to be, but if the 1 wins, I definitely will be happy. Right now, I'm leaning towards mostly betting the 2 and the 3 to win and a smaller win ticket on the 1. I'm kind of toying with myself to do a 1 through 4 exacta box. I don't like doing 4 horse exacta boxes, but when the highest odds horse that you kind of is thinking is 30 to 1 and the lowest one is 8 to 1, I don't recommend doing 4 horse boxes. But this might be a time worth doing it. I got to decide how bad I want to do this. There's a couple first-time starters that I'm definitely worried about. Oh, shit. You know what? I'm not doing the exacta box. I'm just doing the win ticket. First, I'm betting the 2 through 1 through 3 to win. Then I'm going more money to the 1 and the 3 to win. And then I'm going a little bit more money to just the 2 to win. So I got most of the money bet on the 2 to win. I got the next most on the 3 to win, and I got a bit on the 1 to win. Any of those horses will bring me a profit. I'm almost tempted to do that 1 through 4 exacta box. Yeah, in theory, the water drifts to the rail, but in most of my experience, when the rain comes, the rail usually does not change. It could change. I don't keep stats on how many times it changes and how many times it doesn't. In all my profiles, my daily profiles, I don't even know what the condition of the track was. Well, 1 missed the break completely. Can this 2 just get the lead and go? Two's my only hope here, and I don't know if it looks good right now. I think 10 was the horse that I said I would love to fucking bet if he was on the inside. Yeah, I don't think we got a shot this race if you bet the inside. Six was a first time starter, so I know I couldn't get to him. Three's running just not enough. Speed held on. Okay, now I got to proceed with caution now. I definitely got to proceed with caution. I knew that was a dangerous race for me. Oh, I'm sorry. Six wasn't a first time starter. I was thinking six was the first time starter. 1, 2, 3, 4. So six was in the 5 hole. Six was in the 5 hole. You know what? I'm just going to put the number 5. That's for the 6. I'd rather keep track of the post position than the running number. He still went wire to wire. 10 ran really good. If 10 was on the inside, I would have loved to make a bet on him. I said that when we were handicapping. It wouldn't have worked out. Well, maybe if he was moved over a couple more spots, he might have been able to win. But let's see. 1 was just a stab. I'm trying to determine how bad I like that bet or dislike that bet. The 1 was just a blind stab, so I really don't mind putting the money on him. I thought the 2 was the most likely horse from the inside to get the lead. He got the lead. He battled for the lead. He just wasn't good enough. I got like 6 to 1 on him. I had the most money on him of the 3 horses that I bet. I don't think I mind. I don't think I minded this bet, to be honest. I knew he had some problems going in. He tried for the lead. He just wasn't good enough. The 3 horse I didn't think would get the lead, but I thought he was interesting off the pace. He kind of ran okay. He was non-threatening. I didn't waste any money on the 4. I decided not to do that 4-horse exacta box, which would have cost quite a bit of money. Even if I would have did it for $10, that would have cost $120. I'm glad I didn't do that bet. I said if the 10 was on the inside, I would have loved to bet him. I don't really, look, I don't have a problem with the 6 winning that race and the 6 showing speed. You know what? This was a race where I don't regret the bet that I did. I saved myself from being overly aggressive. You know what? I'm okay with this losing this bet here. The 6 got the inside. He got the speed. We thought speed was going to be the deadliest thing. The 2 just wasn't good enough. The 1 was just a stab at a horse. He missed the burn. You know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that result. I am curious to see if the track stays speed favoring and if it stays inside or if it's outside or what it is. I'm not sure. This was a weak group of horses. We knew this was kind of a weak group of horses and kind of dangerous. I really, honestly, I couldn't have made a stand that this 6 couldn't get the lead because he had every right to improve. I'm okay with this race. I'm okay with this race. I'm okay with what I invested in, and I'm kind of okay with how much I did. Just a fine race. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to put a circle around this 5-horse just so I remember that that was actually the 6-horse in the 5-post position going wire to wire. Oh, I spent too much at time at Gulfstream, but I really wanted to see what I thought about that race. Boy, this 1-horse earned 3 hearts. That jumps off the page at me. Went too fast to win. Oh, I'm not crazy about his price, though. I am not crazy about his price. We did see a 2-horse go wire to wire routing on the dirt today. The 2-horse just looks like a well. He used to have a little bit of early kick, but his last 3 races, to me, looks off form. Taking a plunge in class, which looks like he needs to do. The 4 looks like he can add a little bit of speed. Oh, we got another 2-heart horse in here in the 6. We got a Mountaineer shipper that I can't look up that, you know what? I don't think I would have been interested in this race anyways. Hey, what's up, Charles? Oh, sure. I'll do it right after this race, Charles. So it looks like we're going to have clocking issue again at Tampa. Oh, no, there we go, 23-2. They look like they're going pretty solid. The Triple Heart horse did get the lead. This looked like this was going to be a fast pace. 8 looks like he's getting a great trip. But you know what? The 1 is not riding. The 1 is giving me all the body language that he has horse. Well, fuck your body language. You got to ride now. Don't let a horse pass you before you ride. I don't know if I don't think that's the jockey's fault. The 1 has enough horse to fight everyone off, but the chalk just looks gone. So anyways, the marks. So the hearts are my best marks. Hearts just mean they went too fast to win that day. When I build a daily profile each day. When you see hearts, that's my best marks. All it means is the horse went too fast to win that day. It's also an asterisk. They're a great indicator for fast-paced races. When you get more than one heart horse in a race, you usually get a fast pace. When a horse goes too fast to win, usually it's an indicator, and a lot of times these horses come back and win within the next 3 races. It's a really nice excuse. It's just, to me, it's a really great indicator of fitness and doing something special for the day. That's all it is. The triangles are my next best mark. That just means he matched strides or he was the fastest winner of the day. So this 22-1, remember, my forms are adjusted for the horse's running line. So 22-1 on that day was the same as the fastest horses of the day winner. The fastest winner of the day. The fastest pace that someone was able to go and still hold on to win. So it's a good indicator. An average, the straight up A is just average. It was average. It fell in between a range of winners that day for the distance, and it was just average. It's not good or bad. It's just average. When we get a square, it means it matched strides at the particular call for the slowest winner of the day. It's not good or bad. It's just a thing that says that it matched strides with the slowest winner of the day. Could be an indicator of a slow pace that day. Could be an indicator of, sometimes horses earn 3 squares, meaning he was the slowest winner of the day. Sometimes you got to look to see how they won. If they ran under wraps, he probably could have went faster. If he was all out and he was the slowest winner of the day, it's probably a bad sign. But, all of these marks is interpretation. My worst mark is circle. Circle stands for it was out of the range of all winners that day. It was slow, slow, slow. So when you see a race like this race 3 races ago when there's no excuse and it's just a slow, slow, slow race, he wasn't winning anything that day, no matter the level. To me, it's usually a bad sign, right? Then we have the X, or it used to be an asterisk, but now that I write on the screen, I've just been shorthanding it and making it an X. Whenever there's an X or an asterisk, I call it an asterisk. It means a horse ran against what I perceived as a bias. It might be bad rail closing. So right here, I got BR for bad rail and a closing day. That was 2 race. Okay. So this is always the last race, right? Top left corner. This is 2 races ago. This is 3 races ago. I usually only go back 3 races. So everyone can know what race they're looking at if they're interested in my marks. So slow is my worst mark, but I'm trying to show an example. It's always the interpretation. So for example, I also do a second. Whenever you see a second, it's just one tick slower than a triangle. So that 22-1 that day, the fastest winner of the day, the triangle horse would have been, oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong time. The 22-2, that just means the fastest winner of the day went 22-1. It's technically it's the same as an average, but it's just a little bit more spicy. So I do 3 calls. I generally do 3 calls, and I look them up each day on my profile. So, for instance, you see a horse on an early pressing day. He was an early presser, so he ran with the track. He was 1 tick slower than the fastest winner, 1 tick slower than the fastest winner, and he was slow at the finish. I don't consider that a bad race. He expended all the energy here, and this is not obviously as bad as a circle race. In a lot of circumstances, I consider this a really good race. Just like his last race, he went too fast to win, matched strides with the fastest winner and was just slow. Again, I like that race. So you kind of need all 3 to get a group. But even, so right here, this slow is usually a very bad race, but it always still comes to how you interpret a race. If that was slow without the asterisk, I wouldn't look at that race again. That's a bad race. Once you earn an asterisk, you got an excuse. But then it still comes to more handicapping. Everything comes to more handicapping. But I think those are all my kind of basic marks. And then you look at the entire makeup of a race. Like, you don't have heart horses every race. For instance, like this 2 horse. I don't know if you were here, but we hit this 19-1. I want to say that was the 2nd or 3rd race today. Maybe it was the 4th race. So we started off the day to kind of believing, that the inside of the track was good, right? So we want to focus on the inside. We did get the rain that might have changed things. I'm able to mark my screen now, but I try to do most of the work, the night before. This horse deserved an asterisk, and I put it in right before the race. But he was just an average slow, but he got an asterisk. 2 races ago, he looked terrible. He earned a -24 speed figure. We did not let that bother us, because right here, again, I threw in the asterisk. It was early pressing day. I got it circled that he ducked in and took up at the start, so he could not run the way the track favored. We were able to forgive that race. 3 races ago was his first time out, which is usually an excuse in itself. But right here, 3 races ago, it was an SP, speed favoring track, first time out, asterisk because he didn't have. So you got to use everything. I know a lot of guys try to break down handicapping as an easy art, but it's really an art form. It's really subjective, but that's kind of how we use the number, or not the numbers, but what we do. But anyways, there you go. And shit, we got Gulfstream, so let's look at Gulfstream. So I know I'm going to try to actually go through the process now of marking up a form. Because I don't have all my work done today at Gulfstream. So we're going in the 7th race. I know it's a turf race, and right now, if I don't get started on it, I'm not even going to have enough right now to even jump into the race. Let me get this together. Oh, shit. I wasn't paying attention. This is probably going to be tough because we got horses shipping. And the more horses that are shipping, the more files I got to open up. But I'll try to get as much as we can here. So we got a mile on the turf, just straight claiming 35,000, non-winners of 2 lifetime. The 2 is coming from, or the 1 horse, sorry, coming from Press Dial. I got that. It was an early stalking day. This horse had 0 speed. I'm going to give him an asterisk. Matt Strides with the slowest winner. Slow. 2 races back, I can't do Laurel. I'm sorry, I can't do Delaware. Don't make me open up every freaking form. Monmouth Park, we're going to 912. We got that it was a bad rail. Didn't affect him. He was in the 6 hole. Fastest winner at the first call. Fastest winner at the second call. Fastest winner of the day. Not a bad race, but the rail was bad. He was on the outside, so you could say that he rode with the bias and might not be that good. That's why I like to look up. I tend to only look back 3 races unless I'm digging extra deep. I think 3 races is overall enough to give you a pretty good idea of a horse's talent level. Wow, okay, look at this. So 2 races ago, this horse came out, Matt Strides with the fastest winner. He earned 2 hearts, went too fast to win. Look at this. That was a brilliant race at even money. He comes back very next race, stepped up in class, 19-1, and ended up being fastest winner of the day. You know how I was saying that you might use that he rode with the bias as the big indicator? The big indicator was the race before where he earned 2 hearts. There was a good chance that if we played Monmouth Park, we could have caught him that day, depending on what the rest of the field. But that's a horse that hits our radar right away. 3 races ago, 24-2. That was off a layoff. He was slow. Matt Strides with the slowest winner. So that was a nice indicator race right there. Let's see, Kentucky. October 17th. So if you guys don't know what I do, I build daily profiles, and I to get my marks, I got to look up each of my daily profile. That was a stalking closing day. He was a stalker closer, so to me, he ran with the way the track was running. You don't get brownie points for that. But he did go fast at the first call, earned a heart at the second call. and was average at the third call. Hey, Grimes, if you're new to the show, by the way, I do something that most people don't. On all my route races, if you guys don't know, I only handicap route races the first 6 furlongs of the race. So when I handicap a 6 furlong race, it's usually first call, second call, and finish. If it's a 5 furlong race, it's first call, second call, and 5 furlongs. If it's a route, no matter what the route, I call a route starting at 7.5 furlongs and up. It's always first call, second call, 6 furlong mark. If you can't figure out what type of a horse, I believe that a race is made in the early fractions. I don't give a shit about beating lengths. It's part of the reason why I hate speed figures for the most part. Speed figures are just final time handicapping. And they completely ignore the makeup of the race, which led to the finish of the race. To me, they're ignoring the most important part of any race. I'm trying to look up this Indiana race in October on this 6 horse. October 1st. This is so much faster on my tablet, but that was a bad rail stalking closing day. He was a closer, and he was off the inside. He was 6 wide, so nothing affected him there. He was slow match strides with the slowest winner at the 6 furlong mark. That's a Parks horse. I do have Parks. Now, when I do this on my tablet, it's probably 5 times faster, and I can do a whole race in 5 minutes. Right now, writing on the screen with the mouse just takes so much longer. I think this is just an exercise that's not going to finish. I don't think if Gulfstream goes off on time that I will have enough information to make me comfortable to want to play this race. I'm not even sure if this is necessarily a race that was all that interested in. It was an inside early pressing day. He had the 4-hole, and he was not anywhere near the speed or stalker, so I gave him an asterisk there. That race was slow average. I'll look up 10-12, and then I'm going to glance at the race. I got no comment that day. It was just average. Match strides with the slowest winner. 48-4, 23-4, that's average. So I usually like to go back 3 races. I think you get an overall view. Right now, I kind of think the 4 and the 5 are the 2 horses that I tend to have the best marks on. The 1 might be a little bit interesting. 4 and the 5, 5-2 and 7-2, I'm not that interested in. I didn't get to do this Gulfstream favorite horse, February 13th. That's kind of a long layoff. Let's see if I can do that before the race starts. He's a horse that I got as the slowest winner of the day. Slowest winner of the day, I usually try to beat slowest winners of the day, but, those horses do win a lot. To me, the 4 and the 5 has the nicest marks that I have, but I'm not going to have time to break this down, and I'm not even really all that interested in this race. Hey, Steve B, I don't get, do you add anything to your 5 and Steve, I'm lost in your question. I'm not sure what you're asking there. See, the whole theory of what I do, uh, Charles, is I don't believe you can compare times from different days. So I build a profile and I like to compare times for that day. Speed figures, what they do is they work in averages and they try to compare times of to different days. All my marks, and we said we like the 4, the 1, and the 5 here were the only interesting. Uh, and that came in 4-1. But I don't think I would have pulled the trigger anyways, to be honest. But I do like seeing I do like seeing my top horses win. I do like seeing my asterisks win. It's all about finding horses that the public can't see. You know, this 4 horse we pointed out, he came off a layoff. He ran kind of just an even race, even though the speed figure thought it was a pretty nice race. I just thought that was kind of even on the slow side kind of race. I probably wouldn't have been, that interested in him. The next race where he went and earned my best marks. Uh, but then seeing that race would have definitely, if we were playing, we always pay attention to the hearts and the triangles. And he takes care of business, you know, even though the rail was bad, but, he made perfect sense. The 1 horse never ran a competitive speed figure. Look at most of these horses, wait a minute, are kind of popping 80s like regularly, high 70s, early, low 80s. Well, you know what? Actually, his speed figures probably weren't as bad as I thought. But what tipped me on the 1 as being interesting was the asterisk uh, at a 6 furlong race. Yeah, you know what? He barely gets, sometimes he gets 70s, but he seems to have a lot more 60s than any other horse. Uh, that's going to be a decent exacta. I think this is a race. Let me look ahead at Gulfstream to see if, let's just make sure. So next race looks pretty good. Next race, uh, I'm saying looks pretty good. I got a lot of the work already done, is what I mean. Uh, the 9th race, I only got 2 horses to look up. 10th race is going to be the sketchy race. 10th race is, I'm going to have to find some time to look up the 10th race. We're going to glance at this seventh race okay, I said I was interested in the turf routes at Tampa. Last year, they barely ran any turf sprints at Tampa. I know at the beginning of the meet, they ran a few turf sprints. I'm not interested at all at the turf sprint. I'm going by last year that they just didn't card enough of them to worry about the turf sprint track. Right now, I'm just going to avoid turf racing at Tampa Bay at all costs. Actually, first week, I did hit a shipper that earned some hearts at another track. And I decided to play him. He was like 7-1 and he won. But for the most part, I'm not gonna bang my head trying to figure out this turf track. You know what? I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. Hey, by the way, what's up, Rex? What's up, man, I always kill this name. I'm not sure what it is. Tassel 6. That might be it. Who else snuck in here that I didn't notice? I think I already said hi to Richard, Caesar. I talked to Caesar. If you're late to the show, we already hit a nice 19-1 day winner today. Oh, gee. They got a 2-5 in this race? You know what? I wouldn't have wanted to deal with going against the 2-5 anywhere. No, I'm completely okay with just watching that race. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, she closed that door. I'm probably loud. Man, shit, I'm almost thinking about lighting up another cigar. Chomping on old cigar bits. Hey, what's up, Gregory? Light it up. This was that terrible cigar yesterday that I munched on all last night. It does. You know what? For a cigar, it doesn't even smell. It like had no smell to it at all. It was the first time I ever got it. It was a Banker. I think it was called the Banker. Oh, that's terrible. I can't do it. Let me chew on the undercrown. That one's at least fresh from what I smoked earlier. You know what? While we're watching this race, I haven't been able to pay any attention to Fairgrounds today. Is Fairgrounds inside? They're already on their fifth race today. Fairgrounds' first race was won by the 7 horse. He went wire to wire. That was on the dirt. That's not what I'm looking for there. Let's see. Second race, it came in 4-2-5. Another wire to wire winner. That's more of what I'm looking for at a Fairgrounds, but that was a 3-1 so they've been kind of chalky. The 1-5 handled his business. The third race was also on the dirt. The 1 horse won that race. Other than the first race today, it's been all inside. Other than the first race, speed held up every race. The fourth race. The fourth race, they don't have the chart for, so I don't know if that's a dirt or a turf race today at Fairgrounds. The 10 horse did win and paid $440, but I do love the fact that the 2 ran second if this was on the dirt. I don't know if it was on the dirt at Fairgrounds. Remember, at Fairgrounds, I'm a little excited because I do think that the inside of the track is the place to be. But that 2 horse that ran second to that favorite paid $16.80 to win. Or I'm sorry, to place. Paid $16.80 to place. I just got to find out if that was a turf race or a route race. Does it tell me that? No, not there. Okay, Gregory's saying that the fourth race was on turf. Okay, well, that makes sense too. So the first 3 races were on the dirt. They all went wire to wire. They were all kind of inside. It's only 3 races and they were low price. I don't know. I'm still excited about Fairgrounds. I probably won't dive into Fairgrounds, like I said, until we're a month or more in. And that's kind of still depends how Tampa Bay is going. If Tampa Bay looks super appealing or not. Man, today's going by fast. Okay, so Gulfstream Park, we had the rain. Speed did hold up. A horse from the 5 position went wire to wire pretty much. I'm really not sure if I want to get off this rail or give it another time. I think I'm going to proceed with caution. But I don't want to get completely off. Let's see if we even like the race before I start trying to figure out. The 1 scratch, the 2's going to be in the 1 hole. Last time the 1 ran, it was on the turf. But overall, he does look like a sprinter. He went average, and that was just an average race. 2 races ago at Gulfstream Park West, he had he had the inside. I didn't have that inside marked as exceptionally good that day. He was the slowest winner of the day, but he battled the whole way. I don't think that's a bad race. 3 races ago, was coming off a layoff. The inside was good. He had the 4 holes, so I gave him an asterisk. So he won his very next race. I don't think there's nothing for him to be ashamed about this turf route race. I'm probably just willing to forgive that race and look at him like he only ran the second and third race. 3 races ago, he ran against the bias, and the next race he won at a nice price. But looks like he got speed. I don't know if I trust him completely. He's 3-1, so he's not. It's not like a crazy number that I gotta get too excited about. Right now, I'm kind of just okay on him. I don't love him. I don't hate him. If I stick to the inside of the track, I think you got to use him, but I'm still not sure. The 3-horse last race was a stalking closing day. He was just average slow that day. 2 races back. How did he get a 22-3 being or a triangle being 5 lengths off the lead? I got to look that race up. Something doesn't look right there. Hey, Bender, if you're there, did you give him a triangle too? Something almost doesn't look right that race. No, that's right. I got that as being right. Huh. Usually you don't earn a triangle being 5 lengths off on the lead. Every once in a while you do see that on the turf, especially in routes, but you really don't see that on the dirt. And the other thing that's odd about it, usually when you see something like that, it'll be, I'll have a closing day to go with that. It was right. They were really cooking that day. They were really cooking. I got to look that date up one more time. Where is it now? Make sure he's a price before I dig too much on him. He is 12-1. I'm trying to decide if I like him or because he used to have real speed. He used to have real speed. His last race, he was bumped at the start. It was stalker closer day. Technically, he tried to come out the gate 5x3. He's coming out the 7th race. Yeah, he's coming out the 7th race. Oh, I see what happened. The pace that day, the non-adjusted pace was extremely fast that race. Oh, I might like him. That pace was extremely fast. I just want to remind myself on him. You know what? I want to go look up that August 29th race. I want to see the race where he was actually close to the lead. I'm digging on this horse. I'm willing to dig on a 12-1 shot. Probably need the speed. Well, no, it looks like I got enough time. I got that it was a bad rail day. Bad rail didn't bother him. Let's see, 22-4, 46-1, 73-1. He was average match strides. Okay, I got to move on. He has my interest peaked a little bit. The 4-horse, average last race. Overall, he looks like a stalker to me. 3 races ago, it was an inside speed favoring day. He has no speed. I gave him an asterisk for that. 3 races ago, he was just his regular kind of a presser self. I don't think he gets the lead here. I think right now I'm more interested in the 1 and the 3. The 5-horse won his first time out. He was average match strides with the slowest winner. Very next race, bad rail. He was on the outside. I don't like him or care for him. Who's the speed this race? Seven-horse has some, well, let's see. Does 7 have some speed? 2 races go on a speed favoring track. The 7 earned his best speed figure while being the slowest winner of the day on a race that speed was gold. To me, that almost looks like he rode a bias there. To me, it looks like he rode a bias. He comes back his very next race. He can't get the lead on an inside day where the speed. I gave him an asterisk there. 3 races ago, it was an inside speed track. Asterisk there. I'm kind of, I got mixed singles on this horse. His odds are high enough. I see 3 races where he might want the lead, but I'm looking at through most of his career where he was nowhere near the lead. He's 7-1. I would have thrown him out at a short price at 7-1. At 7-1, I don't think I want to throw him out. And let's look at this 8-horse. 8's the favorite. He just broke his maiden. He broke his maiden on a track that was favoring inside speed. He won it while closing. That's kind of impressive. That's impressive. 2 races ago, he had a speed favoring track. Got an asterisk there, 3 races. But overall, I don't trust this horse on the lead. Dude, I'm still excited about the 2 and the 3 here. I gotta go to the bathroom, dude. Huh. So if it's inside of the track, okay, right now, okay, we did see a horse close. Well, the three's the horse. Really, if the three weren't 8-1, I probably wouldn't be interested in this race at all. I could pass on the two being 7-2. Three at 8-1 or higher. He's the horse that makes me really excited this race. The four at 3-1. I can see this four winning, but if I'm right about speed kind of being the better spot to be, I don't think the four can make up ground. He does scare me. I almost want to do a 2-3-4 exacta box and a 2-3-7 exacta box. I definitely want to be against this 8 horse. I want to be against this 8, but at the same time, this 8 ran against 3 biases in a row and actually overcame it one race. It might be a dangerous thing. But he is stepping up in class. Well, he's not stepping up in class. He's stepping up to find, his level after kind of winning at the bottom level at Gulfstream. He's going to the next logical step, kind of the bottom level at, here again. He is meeting winners for the first time. To me, I just kind of want to use my experience to think that the track is probably going to favor speed. And if the 2 or the 3 gets the lead, this race could kind of be over. The 7 horse is still a little appealing. You know what? I don't have time to walk this through. I'm going to make a win bet on just the 2 and the 3. And I'm betting the same amount on both of them. I am cutting my bet down here. I'm not going crazy just because of the rain. At 5-2, I still want to have the 2. I'm not as crazy about this bet. I guess the whole reason why I'm doing this bet is because I'm more excited about the 3 than the 2. The exactas that I was considering was a 2-3-4 box and a 2-3-7 exacta box. You know what? Maybe if I wasn't thinking boxes, maybe I should have just did a 2-3 on top of the 2-3-4-7 and a 2-3-4-7 on top of the 3. Come on, 3. You got me excited. Can we 3 looks like he's working and the 4 just looks like he's there. Oh my God, we ended up with 4-1 on the 3. I'm not excited anymore. Jesus Christ. They were already like nothing for January, nothing for March, nothing for April, nothing for July. Woo! I mean, that's not a woo, but you know what? My instincts were right. I could have did the exacta boxes, and I probably would have done the exacta boxes if I would have known that the 3 would have went down to 4-1. The way it ended up with just me doing a Dutch bet on the 2 and the 3, there's no difference in the payoff. It's $9 or $10. It's actually no difference. Yeah, I'm probably going to regret not doing the exacta. I decided to be safer. Overall, I think that was a really good handicapping job, to be honest. The race kind of broke down exactly like we thought. We kind of thought that the 3 was fast. As soon as I bet him to 4-1, I don't, at the beginning of the race when I thought I was getting 8-1, 6-1, obviously I wanted the 3, but my instincts told me bet the same amount on both of them. Don't do anything special. Wow, the 7 went up to 9-1. I think I should have did the exacta. And in fact, all we were considering is the super. I had no danger that race. And in fact, if I would have did the 2 exactas instead of the win bet, we would have been hoping like hell that 7 would have actually won. All right. We moved the ball a little bit farther. We padded the bankroll a little bit. I'm a little surprised that the 2. I'm happy that the 2 didn't jump into a speed duel. I probably, if you would have asked me before the race, I probably would have said that yeah, the 2's going for the lead. But he did come off the pace. But he was pretty close to it. And by the way, other than that race, we can see that the dirt racing today is really, three out of 4 horses. That 75% post 1 through 3 is winning today. 3 out of 4 races. The only race that it didn't work out is when that race had the 6 horse had the 5 hole, and it was kind of not much on the inside. So right now I am kind of still thinking that it's the inside of the track today. What did that exacta pay? Should I not look at it? Am I going to be a little bit pissed? Ah, fuck it. I'm having a great day today. I'm not going to be at all pissed. Yeah, you know what? The exacta would have been a better bet. The exacta would have definitely been a better bet. And you know what? My first thought was going, let me see the price difference. My first thought was going a $10 234 and a 237. So that cost $120 total, right? Then I said at the end when they were loading in the gate, I said maybe I should have just did. I got to write these down because sometimes how much cheaper would the other way if I would have just did the 2 and 3. I got to do the math real quick. 2 and 3 on top of the 2, 3, 4, 7, and then turn it around 2 and 3, 4, 7 on top of the 2 and 3. If I would have did them both for the exact same amount, it would have cost the exact same amount. That wasn't saving anything. The only thing is sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes when I do a $10 2, 3 on top, a lot of times I do when I reverse it for half the price, which would have been $5. If I would have did that, it would have been cheaper. But if I did them both for $10, it would have cost $60 both ways. So actually there was no saving money doing it that way. So if I would have did that for $120 instead of the win ticket, you would have picked up like $450. I'm good either way. Actually, the win ticket wasn't that much less. It was a little bit less, but not that much less. Oh, Bender, you remember that? What's 4 horse one? I think I remember. I think I remember the race. Let me look at him again. That was the race. And in fact, I did that like 3 or 4 times in like 2 days where I kept not giving the 4 horse the asterisk. And that's where I said, I'm done doing that. You know what? I think you're right on this horse. I think you're right on this horse. I remember what you're talking about right there. Dude, those asterisks. I'm going to do a plug for the bias sheets. You can get the asterisks from the bias sheets, guys. If you guys like these asterisks, but you guys probably already know that. Hey, Elliot, yeah, I thought I would be pissed. I'm not really that pissed because I did an okay bet to win. I would have been a bit better off if I did the exacta, though. But you know what? I'm not going to complain on a day that we crushed to 19-1 and I picked up the extra $125 and now we pick up a bit more. I'm not going to cry that much. I'm running pretty decent today. I got a solid win day under my belt. But yeah, probably a little bit. It's one of those definitely would have, could have, should have that you. It's kind of a bet that you know you would have had too. You know, I know I would have had either that or the win ticket. Boy, we might have made a mistake. Let's see. Did we make a mistake? It's really hard to look at a race after you've seen someone cross a wire. You know what? He wouldn't have been the easiest call. The 10 horse at Tampa Bay would have. Did the 10 win? Or is that the 3? The 10 would have, without a doubt, been on our radar. When I first glanced up, he just won at Tampa Bay at 13-1. He would have definitely been on our radar, right? If we would have had time. But you know what? You know what? I seen the hearts on the 6, but the hearts were earned at a mile. We probably could have talked ourselves off of the 6. One would have been on our radar. But again, you guys know my disdain from route to sprint. This is looking like we probably could have had this race. Win ticket. I may not have been able. Well, there might be objection anyways. So the 6 was another horse. I think we would have been able to get off the 6. The 6 horse earned his hearts at a mile. You guys know I hate that. And this horse got about 3 or 4 races in a row where his speed figure just looks terrible. We probably could have got off of him. We wouldn't have jumped on the 9 horse, a year off layoff. And you know what? I seen the hearts in the triangle on the 11 horse. Route to sprint. You guys know I hate that angle. The 10 horse did earn his hearts. Oh, you know what? I might be talking out of my ass. The 10 horse also earned his stuff at a mile. Dude, there's a chance that we could have talked. I thought for a minute if the 10 earned that, well, you know what? This was a 7 furlong. We might have been able to hit this exacta, actually. There's no 6 furlong horses that look good. There's no 6 furlong horses that look good. The 9's a mile horse. The 8 horse, his speed figures are horrendous, and I can't look up Louisiana Downs. The 7 horse has no speed. I'd be looking for speed. The 6 horse still has the same problem. His sprint races look absolutely terrible. The 5 hasn't. Oh man, this was probably a costly miss right here. This was probably a costly miss. You want to argue with me that I would have liked the 2 horse with his whopping 4 with those whopping speed figures? I think all we could have seriously been looking at would have been the 1. The 6 that we probably would have talked ourselves off the 6. But I think we would have been looking at 110 and 11 with possibly the 6. I just want to, okay, so they didn't take anything down. That might have been, I got a feeling that probably would have been a missed opportunity, but who cares? Hey, what's up, BJ Plum? Thanks a lot, man. I hope I'm helping and not confusing you guys even more, but in my experience, most horse players live in the world of confusion anyways. Most horse players usually live in the world of confusion or the world of denial? One or the other. Man, I'm peeing like a racehorse now. Keegan, I'm going to wear off the flusher on that toilet. You're going to have to start taking me outside. Let's see, we got Gulfstream, 9th and 10th race. Does anyone know if we're off the turf? I'm looking at the wheel phase in the double. It kind of looks like they might be off the turf. Let's see. Let's see something. 10th race is our last race today. You know what? I guess all those scratches I see. You know what? There's not a ton of scratches in the last race. It looks like they had 3 horses draw that also eligible. Right now, I'm going to proceed like the turf racing is going on. I'm not that interested in the. I'm not that interested. We'll see if I'm interested in this race, the 9th. But turf sprint races are kind of almost mandatory. I say that, and yeah, Case, I don't have time for the West Coast track. You know, if my website takes off and it's worth doing, I probably will next year try to add West Coast in on the bias reports and whatever else I might do on there. But honestly, I can't play that many tracks. I already have more tracks than I can play. I know we like to think that, hey, he can play all day and all night. Honestly, me playing Gulfstream and Turfway yesterday, I was dead. I got to respect some of you guys that can grind all day and all night, man. I can't stay sharp that long. When I was on Discord, I noticed some of you guys, or some of the Discord guys, can play all day, all night. I'd see them start at 10 o'clock, or not 10 o'clock, but 1 o'clock, and be playing Hong Kong in the middle of the night. I could not do that grind. Yeah, actually, Gregory, when I started and teamed up with Parsons, and Parsons helping me get the extra data that really helped me out, I really thought the goal was to have Parsons mark up 2 or 3 tracks and me mark up 2 and 3 tracks. That way we could play the strongest tracks with the strongest bias and pick and choose and make adjustments throughout the day. We never quite got that working. It never fell into my style of handicapping. Actually, I got more information this and last year than ever before, and my play actually has went down but got better. Each year it's getting me hard or easier and easier to sit out of these 2-to-1 winners, 3-to-1 winners that, they don't move the bankroll enough. I see the long game even better than ever before. Uh, and to me, other than us getting worried about getting shut down by COVID or something like that, to me, the outlook on racing, in my view, is better and better each year. All I do is see more and more opportunities each year. Before, I used to get upset when I had a 20-to-1 and I didn't connect. He'd win and I'd miss a double or something like that. And it took years of my wife just going, who cares? It's not like you're going to not have another one 2 days from now or this evening or something. It's been a lot. I came to better realization that I don't have to, they just keep coming. I used to think they were special. They're only special in the moment. They're great to hit, but we hit so many of them that it doesn't even matter. Dude, if I put together a video going through all our tapes and our stream, you realize that there'd probably be 4 hours of just me editing content just on our 10-to-1s and higher. That video would be so long, it'd be ridiculous. And you guys only see me play 2 days a week. You got to come to a realization, I guess maybe that I'm getting older, that you're not going to win $1 million each day at the track. If you keep doing the right thing, the money takes care of itself. And less, I'm starting to think that less is just more. That's an EP day with an asterisk. Yeah, I see what you mean, Bender. And I didn't realize it until you said it. But yeah, Mammoth is not. I guess they don't have the timer at their sprints. Excuse me, that's freaking annoying. Don't run turf sprints if you can't time it. If that's going on, they shouldn't be allowed to card turf sprints. You got other races where your timer works, and I don't blame a track where their timer breaks every once in a while. I'm not. It's just day after day the same thing. I think it's wrong. I think it's disrespecting us as horse players. Fuck you, you're going to play is almost what I'm reading from that. Fuck you, you're going to play. By the way, I do. My wife said I do read disrespect and everything, but yeah, Bender. It is. It is. You know, last night, all through the car at Turfway, I kept singing "I Can't Lose That Turfway" during every race that I was involved in. It was ridiculous. It would have been embarrassing if I would have been on camera. I kept looking up at my camera, making sure that I never accidentally. Eventually I'm going to accidentally broadcast and not realize that I'm on. I just got to hope that my pants are fastened when that finally happens. Yeah, to me it's such a disrespect to the better. I can't believe that like the equine base doesn't say get your shit together. I honestly can't believe that the from what I understand is the stewards are always a state appointed position. The stewards at the track that oversees and enforces the rules at a racing. I can't believe that they don't say if you can't time the races, you can't run that race. Like I said, every once in a blue moon, I have no problem with it. Shit happens. Boy, we got horses. Shit, we even got one of these. I don't know if that's European shipper, South American shipper in the last race. I never know what to do with those horses. I may not be interested in the next two races. I said that turf sprints are kind of mandatory plays. Even the horses that I could look up, like the five horses coming off of two one race samples back to back. Actually, back to back to back, because I guaranteed this February 1st race or February 22nd race at Tampa Bay. I guarantee that's also going to be a one race sample. Who are they betting at this race? I didn't even get to look at this race. I'm honestly not that interested in this race. Not just because of the gaps. Uh, the level of racing optional claiming 7,500 is where 62.5 is when I start getting disinterested. Oh, I thought she was yelling at me. I thought I was in trouble. I literally have no opinion this race. Somebody in trouble. You know what? This seven ran against four biases. This seven ran against four biases and three biases in four races. I'm not doing anything here. And I don't know if I'm going to do anything in the last race. I'm still going to hang out till the last race. I still want to look at Tampa Bay. But right now, man, I don't even know about the last race at Gulfstream. Dude, I never even ask. I don't even know how many people I have in here right now. Put up a one or something. Put up a number one in the chat if you guys are new to the game. If you guys have been playing for say less than a year. I never even ask. I'm not even curious. I'd be curious to see how in our chat room how new guys are to the game. Boy, they let this 6 get away. Caesar is new to the game. Okay, Caesar. Frankie Tubbs is new to the game. Jason's new to the game. Oh, wow. Coach. Well, fuck. Guys, welcome to the game, man. I should have asked this question way before. Dave G's new to the game. Wow, Zero Contrast new to the game. I talk to Zero a lot. Oh, only 56 in the room. Okay, well, we got a pretty good percentage of guys that are. Jason, you just started since. Hey, Jason, are you a sports bettor then? Does that make you more of a sports bettor than a horse player, or you just like athletics and started watching and not necessarily a bettor in either? Oh my God, I really had no idea. I knew we had new people to the game. By the way, guys, welcome to the game of horse racing. I honestly believe this is the best wagering game on the planet. There is a huge learning curve to horse racing. There really is. My biggest problem with horse racing, I think they did studies on the flow of newcomers to horse racing. A lot of guys get really interested in horse racing at the beginning. The game's very undefeated, or not undefeated, unforgiving. And I think that they say that most people that start horse racing ends up leaving after 5 years. I think old horse players are a bit to be responsible for that. I think when you guys that got to go to the track before COVID and stuff know how grumpy old players can be, especially you can't find a guy that just can't walk around the track mumbling himself all day saying how crooked the sport is, yet at the same time he's not willing to stop playing. Every movie and mob movie has a little thing about how they fix races, or every time you see a big score in a horse racing movie, it's always based on cheating. It's always based on inside information from someone else cheating. Part of me starting this show, and part of me even starting my videos before I went in the direction of this show, is I wanted people to see that you don't need inside information, that it's not cheating, that you can actually hit consistently horses that matter. I think my original goal is already proven. I think we hit enough long shots and enough special. I don't think it takes very long of you following me to see that might open your eyes to you can handicap this game. And it's worth playing. Unlike slot machines, you can find an edge in this game. I think a lot of horse racers are the same guys that love sports betting. They believe they can beat the game. And poker players. I put poker player, horse players, and even sports bettor in the same category. that they feel like they want to play a game, that they enjoy playing against other people, and they believe that they can find an edge. I think the biggest thing with horse racing is most horse players learn horse racing from older horse players, which most of the time they're just, let's face it, most of them are just losers at the game. Some of them might have had success, some of them might be pretty good, but for the most part, most of us learn from other losers in the game. And the other thing we learn from is the books in the game. I don't know if these authors are always successful as you think. Some people, once they decide to sell something, they're almost tipping their hand that they're not as good, as they think they are. Or, they're not able to make it full time. But I can't speak with them until I talk to people and play with them for any amount of time. But I think one of the problems with learning from a book, it gives you a big overall of a lot to look at: class, speed figures, form, trip handicapping, bias handicapping. Dude, I want you guys to really, if you're going to pursue this game, you might like my style, you might not, but I honestly believe you want to become an expert with manipulating these running lines. You need to know a little bit about class, because you need to know when you're outclassed, and you need to understand that just knowing class isn't enough to put you in the winner's circle. Speed figures, I think you need to look at speed figures for watching them inflating, but your note keeping is going to be the most important thing for explaining speed figures. You can either keep the notes yourself. If you're smart, you'll go heavy into note keeping, or you'll find someone where you could possibly get the information from. I'm not trying to push one way or another. I started that handicapping Paul website. I started with some of the skills, and I'm going to write the other articles. It is hard for me to write. I write like a second grader. But I really think you need to focus on the running lines, learning pace. I think you should learn biases, and what it takes to spot them, and that sort of stuff. The art stuff. Most of the guys that walk around and saying they're cheating, which I know there is cheating, but they're mostly speed figure players. They don't even know how speed figures are made. They think they're gospel. They don't understand that the beginning of the race is way more important than the end of any race. So you new players, I really think you need, if you want to play the game and get better, you need to practice and doing that. I think I would have loved if someone told me my first 5 years. I don't know how I came up with what I came up with. I know when it clicked in. I know when it clicked for me. But I honestly can't even tell you what led me down the road that I went. I can't. I don't know, but to me, this is the best game out there. And I say read all the books and then forget them. You know what? Speed figures are death. The article that I really want to write about, so when I start doing the articles on what I like and what I don't like, it's not going to read like an article. It might be a paragraph, then I leave it alone, and then my next thought would come to me. I tried to do a regular article about how they're made, why I like them, what's their weakness, how you could use them, kind of how I use them when we're spotting, I call it a bad rail. We see his bias went down. That article I really got to get out. I think the skills you really need to learn is how to watch a race. I know that TVG loves to do those backtrack videos. You don't watch one race. If you are a person that likes to watch replays before handicapping, if you were watching a replay because you're trying to see what a 6 furlong horse did in his last 6 furlong race, this is why I don't have time to watch replays. You would not only have to watch that race, the beginning of the race, very closely. You would have to watch, to do it right, you have to watch every race that day. See if speed's holding. See if they're closing. A lot of guys are just looking at the lowest level of race watching just to see if a horse got steadied, blocked. That's not even the skill. You got to go. The rabbit hole is so deep. Watching one race and the way TVG does it, where they show half the turn and the stretch run, is the most garbage part of race watching on the planet. It's the lowest form. It's not even. They're so bad at even when they try to do a backtrack video, it's humorlessly bad. But anyways, guys, I'm sorry I went off, but I do love that you guys. Hey, dude, brother, man, it's not disrespecting me because my whole article is why I hate speed figures. Why speed figures would put you in a loser. Let's face it, that 19-1 that was the difference in our day was not a speed figure play. It's not disrespecting me. In fact, part of my thought is I'm thankful for speed figures because speed figures get you off of every speed and fade angle on the planet. Speed figures, you'll never do well with them. I'll tell you the other thing I have with speed figures, right? So speed figures, what they do, I'm not that interested in this race, and I should have toured to Tampa Bay, but you guys got me in preacher mode. Oh, shit, we want to watch this race. We want to see if this is a route race, and we want to see if they're going to back up here. I wish I would have got to see the start of the race because I wish I would have got to see if this 6 is going wire to wire or did he make a move. Well, it doesn't really matter because they came off the pace to beat. Well, wait a minute. He's not giving up. The 10 and the 8 came off the pace. I'm not sure who won there. Oh, they got 10-8-6. So it doesn't matter that I didn't see the back of the race. The track So speed figures, what they do, right, is they go back in time, and for each class level, they take the final time at each distance for each class level each day. Some of them are made a little bit different. Some of them they throw out the sloppy days, so they're just looking at the fast tracks. I don't know if there's any speed figures that use sloppy days in making their model. So what they do is they basically go back last year or a couple years or maybe even farther back. And what they do is they basically get an average for each level of racing. So if you got, let's just say $5,000 claimers, you would get an average speed of what the average winner is each day. And you would assign that a point. So that's your 5,000. Then you go to your $8,000 claimers, and their time would be different. Usually their time, because they're a little bit better, should be a little bit faster than the 5,000 claimers, and they go so far. So they build this model on class, but it's all based on averages, right? And then what they do when a horse runs today, they go to this big old chart. So they'll look at a $5,000 race, and they'll go to what the average time, that would be basically a perfect number. And for every length below that, they'll just minus points. So they'll start at their perfect number and they'll work their way down. So it's working, and it's trying to compare times from different days. My question is, how do you give a horse that only, when I have a one race sample, I say, I don't know what to do with it. How do you know that day? It was only a $5,000 race. How do you know that a $20,000 that was a $25,000 horse dropped for a steal that day? He would give you a skewed number. It's a real tricky process. I know for the big races that they're always toying with it. Andy Beyer and their team comes in. I'm just using Andy Beyer as a thing. I'm not. But they fluctuate the number. Sometimes they say that number was too high. They're playing with it. But it's all based on averages. And I think anytime you try to do that, you run into problems. Now, years ago, when you were the system was good years ago when you were the only one that had that speed number. It was probably a great system years ago. The problem is I started playing in 1990, and that's basically right around when they became being put in the racing form. Even Beyer, kind of what everybody thinks is the godfather, will admit that his speed figures lost all monetary value for the most part. He's still proud of them. He should be. But he said he will admit to you that they are not as strong as when he had them by themselves. And that's part of the problem with them. Once everyone can look at a hard number, you don't get too many highest speed figures winning at a price that matters for the most part. Yeah, and pace is another good handicapping. I think that you should definitely learn pace handicapping. I think a lot of what I do is also pace handicapping. I don't like, there are some guys that make pace figures. In fact, Brisnet that we use, they make pace figures. Right here, these columns right here is your early first call pace, your late pace, and then or your second call pace, and they try to put a number on it. But again, they're probably work. I don't know exactly how they make their speed figures, but most speed figures are trying to use a par or an average to get their speed figures. Trainer angles, I don't give two shits about trainer angles. I think trainer and jockey angles, like I said, I think in yesterday's show, I said that years ago when you had to do the work yourself, it was probably better. I never went that route, so I can't really tell you. But I would believe, I know some older horse players that used to keep like the index card system before they were available. Once the form made them available, they probably lost a lot of their luster. Like the betting public's not stupid. And soon as you show it to everyone, and it's very little work, looking at a trainer combo right at the bottom of your screen right now, everyone can see that. It's not like interpreting a bias. It's not like really note keeping. Everyone can see it. Look, my view on trainers is I'm not stupid. I've been around boxing, and I've seen boxing gyms blow up. What happens is most boxing gyms start in a basement, start in a church, start in a rec season or a rec center, right? They don't take off until there's a hotshot trainer or some kid become national champion or they get a world champion. Then all of a sudden they get better stock. It's kind of almost my same theory with horse trainers. They get a little bit of luster. They get that one horse that put them over the top. All of a sudden, they're being beaten. I don't like these angles where they say, hey, this trainer's really good after a 2-month layoff. Because I don't believe trainers are sitting there going, hey, I'm really good off a 2-month layoff. To me, it's almost more situational. If you do anything over a long period of time, people can look at data to kind of make that fit their narrative. You know how they say that people can make data almost say anything that they want it to? Like touts, what they tend to do is they'll look at their 2 weeks that they're really hot and be like, last 15 days, I'm picking 80% winners. That might be true. But if you look at their whole season, they're terrible. You can pick and choose and pinpoint. If I use the calendar and go from this date to this date, I'm profitable. I don't want to include these last 2 days because all of a sudden my model's shit. So I believe that a trainer that puts out hundreds and hundreds of horses, he subconsciously probably excels at other, like, you can look at the numbers and you can like look at it, but trust me, I don't think any trainer's goal is, I'm really good at horses a year off a layoff and I'm looking for that shit. It might happen, and who knows, if you go by my theory, maybe the horse just won not because of a great trainer job, but because he got a buy. It's always look, I know some trainers are probably better than others, but it's probably due to their stock. I just don't buy into it. And I kind of used the example yesterday that if your first trip to the track and every guy's first trip to the track, the first thing he wants to know is who's the best trainer, and that's his system, it's not going to be big enough to want. It's not that angle is so priced in. Just think about it. Anything in gambling that your first instinct is to do is probably the wrong instinct, right? It's probably just wrong. Anything in this game that's easy is probably wrong. Well, Baffert does not keep his barn locked down. So Baffert horses are always getting the best drugs. Not that I'm saying Baffert does it, but he always has an excuse that they get in the steroid clover. I'm not saying Baffert's cheating, but I'm saying his horses get out in pasture and they always find something. They always find something. Isn't that true for every Baffert positive test? It was ragweed or something that they found on their own. He does not run a tight camp. Hey, you said it. You said it in the Money Mike. I didn't say it. All I'm saying is he does not lock his barn stable. His horses go out and they live the nightlife. Caesar, I do not have a class angle. So the way I use class, the way I use class, if you guys notice, I very rarely talk about class. Every once in a while, I use it to eliminate a horse or I notice. To me, class has some use, but it's mostly to determine how closely a horse belongs in a race. I don't get excited about class droppers because, let's face it, in the low levels of racing where I live, we never know if those are healthy animals or animals with 1 foot out the racing door. I kind of use class in a defensive way. Let's just say I had a 3 heart horse, right? I would be interested in knowing that he's stepping up or stepping down, and I adjust my bet accordingly. If I like him because of 3 horses and I see 3 hearts and I see a bunch of horses stepping down that could be dangerous and he's stepping up, I kind of use it defensively to kind of know to back off. It's almost like a warning system. I notice class drops when I think the horse has 3 or 4 asterisks, a couple asterisks, and I think the barn isn't even smart enough to realize that the horse is probably good, but they're giving up on the horse. I never use class to almost, okay, yesterday I took a class horse, that 8 horse that I kind of singled in that 1 double that put me up for today. But he also had the speed figures, and I also was just trying to get, I like the race before better. I almost use class to know where you are in a race. But it's honestly, when I'm going through races and we're talking about it, it's almost something that has to catch my eye in the claiming rates, or in the claiming ranks. In the maiden special weights, I do like to notice maiden special weight horses dropping. To me, it's not the factor that ever puts me on a winner. It's so hard to kind of explain. Jason W., I got to the point where I wasn't that intrigued with this race. I think you need, okay, so the longest bias on the turf sprints is you got to be on the lead or within 3 lengths of the lead. I started trying to mark up some of these horses and it was just becoming too difficult. Like, to me, the 1 fits, but I can't get a read on him. He ran in 2 Monmouth races and the timers malfunctioned. It kind of turned me off. The Belmont horse, a lot of times he's too far back at the first call. I'm not that interested in him. The 4 kind of fits. The 5 fits, but he's annoying. Both of his races came off of 1 race sample, so I couldn't. I don't think the 6 fits at all. I kind of don't think the 7 fits. The 8 horse is just a mystery to me, but it looks like he has the right running style. The 9 horse, questionable if he even fits, but I wasn't able to look him up. So this race, I wasn't thinking I was gonna play. Wow, the 11 is 50-1, and he kind of fits here. The 11 fits, but this was a race where from the start I just kind of got distracted and didn't want to play this race. I think the winner is going to be on the leader within 3 lengths of the lead. The only way I think they close is if they go sub 21. Oh my God, we're almost done. We're going to take you out. Yeah, a good part of handicapping is knowing when you have confusion or you don't want to be that involved in a race. I know every once in a while that gets me off of some really nice winners, but for the most part, you know, it's better to you know, recognize when a race is dangerous and you want no part of it. So I was just kind of hanging out here wanting to watch this last race, but I really have no opinion. I think it was the 11. Was any of those other horses that I thought fit besides the 5? Okay, B, all we got is this last race, and we're done for today, guy. All right, 11 didn't get out the gate. He's barely within 3 lengths lead. 5 got the lead. 5 was an annoying Gulfstream horse that I just said that I couldn't look up. 21-3, that's what we expect at Gulfstream. That's kind of not fast enough for them to come from the clouds. Okay, I know you're bringing toys. That came in 1-5. I think 1 was one of the horses that I said fit that had tons of speed that I just couldn't look up. That's the 4. Yeah, the 1's the Monmouth horse. So, you know, I like to sit around and watch these races even when I'm not interested in just watching to see, you know, the tracks playing. I'm always looking to see, you know, if we look good for the next day. But that's going to be it for me today. I had a really good day. I don't know. Today's Friday night. I may jump in and play Turfway. And my wife's already giving me shit. I still may watch because she's going to realize, oh, wait, we're sitting on the couch and you're making me watch Turfway with you? You might as well go to your computer is what she's going to end up saying. If you guys are playing Turfway, keep looking at those press style horses. I didn't look. I don't even download the Turfway card before Turfway. Because I play personal. I don't usually mark up anything. The outside of the track still looked like great yesterday. Press style horses were still. There was only one yesterday. He got second by a K hair at 19-1 yesterday. Mostly interested in the route horses coming from press style. Anyways, guys, that's it for me. If you guys play Turfway or play over the weekend, good luck. I plan on doing the show Thursday and Friday. Hopefully during the week, I'll get some more stuff written on the Handicapping with Handicapping Paul website. If you guys want, check it out. Hopefully it'll help. But anyways, guys, thanks for joining me like always. Stay safe out there and good luck till next time. Oh, Bender's saying Sunday's card looked great. Yeah, probably. Take it easy, guys.